It's a beautiful sunny evening for baseball here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field as the 3-3 Utica Blue Sox play host to the 4-3 Amsterdam Mohawks. Joined alongside by Morgan Spriggs, I'm Killian Heffron. It's only been 4 days since we last saw these two meet, a matchup that saw the Mohawks get off to a hot start with a 5-0 lead after 5 innings of play, but then saw them nearly blow the game as the Blue Sox battled back to a final score of 7-5 up in Shuttleworth Park, with Connor McCartney leading the way for Utica in that effort as he went 2 for 2 with a single and a double, driving in 2 runs for Utica. Morgan, the Blue Sox have to feel like they were more than capable of stealing a victory in that game. How does the recency between these two squads affect the temperature of a game like this one?
Well, Killian, the recent trends for these clubs are really going in opposite directions right now. The Blue Sox committed a season-high 5 errors on Saturday, and Boonville capitalized for their first win of the season. Meanwhile, the Mohawks are riding a 3-game win streak. Their power numbers are climbing with every game. But Utica is determined to win their second home game of the year, and Amsterdam may have their home run habits quelled a bit at a ballpark here at Donovan Stadium, where no homers have been hit so far. It'll be interesting to see if these trends stay the same or shift tonight.
Utica enters this game in 5th place in the PGCBL East, 2.5 games behind first place Mohawk Valley, a team that the Blue Sox walked off earlier in the year, but only a half game behind Amsterdam. What would a win in this game and a subsequent jump in the standings do to the momentum of this currently 500 Blue Sox team?
A win for the Sox tonight would be their biggest of the season, Killian. Amsterdam's history is decorated. They have 8 PGCBL championships. It's by far the most, all under this manager, Keith Griffin, leading the charge for the Mohawks. And Amsterdam, despite getting off to a slow start, they're riding high with the most home runs and walks drawn in the league, alongside the second most runs and hits. If the Blue Sox get back on track and emerge with a win tonight, they'll feel validated that they have played their best baseball.
Amsterdam boasts a dangerous offense with the second highest batting average in the division and the third highest in the league at 306, and most notably 23 extra base hits and 11 home runs, which is tied for the most in the league with Mohawk Valley. Who is this Utica pitching staff going to have to be wary of tonight?
Several players in this Amsterdam lineup are swinging a hot bat, Killian, but one in particular that is a threat that I see is infielder from Rutgers, Gabriel Rivera. He leads the club in home runs, RBI, hits. You can go on with pretty much most offensive stats. He leads the club in those, and he is also second in batting average. He's batting near 500. Simply put, Rivera is a force for the Hawks. UBS pitchers must throw strikes early in the count to limit those 3-1 and 3-0 counts, where they could, pay the price for trying to throw a strike right down the middle and getting burned.
Utica has struggled in the field this year, but their bats have helped make up the deficit and hold them in some of these games. Their most recent game against Boonville being a prime example, with 5 errors committed, but the bats holding them in and keeping that game tied for the majority of the contest. Morgan, which Blue Sox catches your eye to break out tonight against Amsterdam?
I have to go with the X-Man Xavier Smith. He's had his moments this season, just like that walk-off sac fly to beat Mohawk Valley back on the 1st of the month, but he's batting under 200, and he's had some trouble really getting consistency in the lineup, and so here he is starting again. And what I want to see for Smith is good at-bats. Doesn't matter if you get like a couple walks tonight and just 1 hit. Get back in the rhythm of the season where you can feel improvement with every at-bat.
Well, it's a battle of 2 teams trying to gain ground on the division leaders. Blue Sox and Mohawks, round 2 from Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field, coming up after this.
Fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise if you are able and kindly remove your hats as we honor America and the brave men and women who protect this country at home and abroad with the singing of our national anthem. To perform tonight, please welcome Kira Griffiths.
Almost time here to get started at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. Utica on defense first. It'll be leading off for Amsterdam, Tyler Correa. And pitching for Utica will be Jordan Ake. Now, Morgan, it's the first time we've seen Ake this season. What can we expect out of him here facing such a high caliber offense like Amsterdam has?
Well, Jordan Ake on the mound at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field hasn't happened yet, so this will be a new experience. He's from Central Connecticut State and the New Jersey native, also played 2 seasons at County College of Morris. And he's been a solid pitcher throughout his college career. He went 4-1 with 6.22 strikeouts per 9 innings as a freshman in his college career, and he's just gotten better and better as he's come along. And so Ake making his first start of the season, the right-hander at 6'3", the junior from Central Connecticut State. We see how he can do against this lineup for Amsterdam that's really humming, Killian.
Yeah, absolutely. This Amsterdam lineup this year has just been absolutely elite here. As we will now get a look at this Amsterdam lineup. Leading it off is Correa, followed by Ezel, and Rivera, Dill, the Cesare, Mello, McLaughlin, Perry, Bren, Houghton, and pitching will be Eckert. I mean, just so many talented names on that lineup for Amsterdam. It's going to be a tough outing here for Utica today if they can't get these Amsterdam batters under control.
Ake needs to throw strikes early and often. If the Blue Sox pitchers have a similar performance to Boonville, where they walked several hitters and had several hit by pitches, it could be a long night. And I would say that Amsterdam has a very good chance of taking advantage of that wildness. I think if you're a Blue Sox fan or Blue Sox player, you want to make sure that that does not happen tonight.
Just about time to get started. Correa walking up to the mound to face Ake. It's our first batter of the day. Correa batting leadoff. Utica in the blue, Amsterdam in the black, gray, and red. And we are just about to get started. Opening pitch here from Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. Ake takes a look, takes a breath, and delivers. And his first offering is outside on the fastball, 1-0. Game officially starting at 6:46, just 1 minute behind the scheduled start time as Correa faces the 1-0. And he stares at a strike on the fastball that caught the outside edge, 1-1. Utica infield backed up pretty deep besides the first baseman, who's playing at maybe slightly deeper than normal depth, as that one is fouled off, takes a couple skips off the net, and then falls back in front of the Amsterdam dugout. 1-2, and now an opportunity here for Ake to retire the first batter on the day.
The freshman infielder Correa in 7 games played a .259 average, so an important leadoff hitter for the Mohawks.
The pitch, that one's also fouled off. That'll fly way back, land somewhere on the pavement.
He hasn't hit a home run, Killian, but Correa does have 4 extra base hits, 3 doubles, and one of the Mohawks' 2 triples in the 2026 season. So he has one of the best power strokes in terms of finding the gaps and getting 2 base hits.
The 1-2 again. That one is popped up high into the infield. Third baseman Fernsler retreating, and he will make the catch to retire Correa. One batter stood up and one put right back down. So this will bring up Andrew Ezel.
And now Ezel, Killian, has the highest batting average of all Mohawks. 500 batting average with an .800 slugging percentage. He's homered once. He's had 3 doubles and 4 RBIs on 10 hits.
Yeah, Ezel going to be a tough out here for Ake. Infield skewing themselves a little more to the sides. It's definitely quite a big gap there in the middle of the infield around the second base point. That first pitch is fouled off, so Amsterdam been able to make plenty of contact here through the opening couple of batters. Nothing really put in play besides that pop-up. Ezel an on-base percentage of .545. So Utica hoping to keep him off base as that pitch is in there for a called strike 0-2. And Ake early on ahead on Ezel.
This is the kind of start that you would love to see if you're Coach Gillette. Ake is throwing strikes, got the first batter out, starting 0-2, not getting behind in counts. That's a good start.
And Ezel looks at called strike 3, and so 2 up, 2 down for Amsterdam. And now Utica an opportunity to go 1-2-3 here in the top of the first.
And it's really difficult to go 1-2-3 when Gabriel Rivera is one of those 3. I talked about him in the open, but Killian, just to remind, 13 hits, 12 RBI, 6 walks, tied for the lead in doubles on the team with 3, and he's also hit 3 home runs. And he's also not known to be striking out a lot. He is one of the most dangerous hitters.
As he swings through that first pitch for a strike, and Ake's been doing pretty good with the heat early on here in this game. A lot of fouls off of it, and then a number of called and swinging strikes. Been fairly accurate within the strike zone early on here. Rivera faces the 0-1, and he chops that one foul down the first base line.
And how about this 0-2 on Rivera? If he strikes out swinging, it's a Taco Bell K-Man, free Taco Bell for everybody. And he's a tough guy, Rivera, to be the K-Man, but it could happen here in the next pitch.
Rivera feeling the pressure, trying to keep the fans away from free food. Ake looking to go 1-2-3 in the first inning. 0-2 coming. And that one's fouled off, and it'll remain 0-2. We'll do it again. Rivera with 4 stolen bases on the year so far, so a bit of a dual threat there. If he gets on base, Utica are going to do their best here to keep him off. Here's the 0-2 again. Swung on, and that's kind of blooped to first, and he'll take it right there. Levine retires Rivera, and that will do it for the top of the first. So 3 batters up, 3 set right back down. And when we come back, Utica leads off for their first offensive opportunity of the day. We're back here for the bottom of the first inning. Amsterdam unable to put up any runs or hits in the top of the first. So now Utica will get their first opportunity of the day on offense. Michael Flashner back up leading off here as we take a look at the Utica lineup. Flashner is followed by Sweeney, then Levine, followed by Wirtz in at catcher today instead of Diaz. Connor Jones after him, then the extra hitter Xavier Smith, Bowden Fernsler in the 7th spot, Andrew Johnston in the 8th spot, Caden Fry in the 9th spot, and then Christian Cerrone in, I guess you would call it the 10 hole because it's a 10 batter rotation here allowed in the league due to the extra hitter rule. And Morgan, we've seen some big things from this Utica lineup this season, and you were talking about Xavier Smith before this game. This would certainly be the type of game for him to break out. But first, here we get our opening look at Flashner.
And he is facing like it's Flashner, excuse me. And he's facing Ackert, who's making his 2nd appearance of the season. Ackert had a good start, 5 innings, no earned runs, and no walks, and 5 Ks in his first appearance of the year, getting a win. So Ackert's off to a strong start. He wants to continue that in his 2nd start of the season.
Flashner is a potent base stealer, so if he can get on base, they would certainly have to worry about that as that first pitch is watched in there for strike 1. Flashner versus Ackert. The pitch. And Flashner watches that one outside, 1-1. Infield skewed over to the right. Third baseman playing shallow. Might be expecting the bunt. We've seen Flashner lead off of a bunt a couple times this year already. And he's been able to reach once or twice from bunting just off of his speed alone. As that one's outside, 2-1. The pitch, and that one misses for ball 3, and now Flashner ahead in the count 3-1. And Morgan, you expect he might just take this pitch no matter what?
I think he would, and if Ackert throws ball 4, it would be his first walk of the year. Ackert's not known to throwing free passes so far, and he just did that.
So leadoff walk for the Blue Sox. Flashner makes his way to first base, and that might be a bit worrisome for Amsterdam, as we'll get a look here at the defensive lineup for the Mohawks.
Thank you so much, Killian. Catching for Ackert is DeCesare. Mello is at first base, Correa at 2nd, Houghton at short, Rivera at 3rd, Ezel in left, Dill in center, and Perry in right.
So they check up on Flashner at first, and they're going to have to keep him contained. Only 6 base stealers have been caught by the Amsterdam defense so far this season, so that's a bit concerning for the Mohawks as they try to contain the speedy Flashner. And they'll check up on him again to try to keep him locked at first base for good reason.
Ackert knows what's up. He knows Michael Flashner can run, and he likes to.
So here's the first offering to Jack Sweeney as he watches that one curving for a strike.
Jack Sweeney with a 2.14 average in 14 at-bats. See if he can get going. He has just 2 RBIs on the year. Important spot here in the 2 spot in the lineup.
And Sweeney gets nailed with that one. Or at least it looks like he did. It sounded like there was a hard thing that the ball hit. It looked like it was just a pad.
I think it is a hit by pitch.
Yeah, I was wondering if it maybe clipped the butt end of the bat, and that's why you heard that little clack, but they'll rule it a hit by pitch. So Sweeney gets hit on his first time up, and he is on first. So now Blue Sox with nobody down with a runner in scoring position with Levine coming up.
I have to say, Levine's walk-up song to My Girl is a gem. He picked a good song. And Levine is looking for a good game, and he's got 2 runners on Killian. This is a pretty good start for any 3-hitter to have 2 on with none out.
And see how Levine chooses to attack this at-bat. You can see there's a hole on the right side of the infield. As the pitch, Levine bunts. That's a solid bunt. He'll get tagged out, but the runners will advance no problem. So 1 down, a sacrifice bunt for Levine. And the runners advance 2 now in scoring position for the Blue Sox.
I like the strategy for the Blue Sox. They want to get ahead, get a lead, and feel comfortable and solid in the game. They don't want to have to be chasing the Mohawks all evening long. And so bunting the runners over on a sacrifice by Levine is strong because it increases the opportunity of getting the first run home.
And so Wirtz now facing the corners of the infield end. Shortstop and second baseman backed up. The first offering misses for ball 1. After Wirtz would be Connor Jones. Here's a 1-0 to Wirtz. Eckert checks up on second base. The delivery. That one curves just inside for ball 2. You saw Wirtz there kind of just lean away from that one. He thought it was coming for him, but it curved back in. Not quite enough to be a strike, but enough to get away from Wirtz. And now Eckert stuck in a 2-0 hole. The pitch. And that one also misses, so now 3 straight balls. And Wirtz here looking to get on and load him up for Utica.
I know this game is still tied 0-0, but I think the Blue Sox are probably thinking of more than 1 run. They want to put up a crooked number in this inning and give Eckert something to pay for by having this walk and hit by pitch.
That one taking catches the bottom edge, 4 strike, 3-1 now to Wirtz. First baseman now the only one pulled super far in for this Amsterdam infield. Outfielders skewed off to the left for the righty hitter, as that one's in there for a called strike. And now our first full count of the day goes to Ian Wirtz. So Wirtz was just ahead 3-0, took 2 consecutive strikes looking, and now facing a 3-2 count. Eckert checks up on second base. He fires, and that one is chopped sharply foul down the third base line.
Ian Wirtz would prefer a hit, but if he wants to get an out, it would be preferred to be on the right side, which could get the run home on a sacrifice grounder or a fly ball. And so that's why the infield's pulled in at first base, because they're anticipating a possible ground ball to first, and they can try and throw home and get a tag.
So we're doing it again on the full count here. Wirtz swings and misses at that one, so the first K on Eckert's day is in the swinging form, and now 2 down for Utica with runners on second and third. So here comes Connor Jones. Jones looking to drive in the game's first runs. Utica had 2 runners in scoring position with nobody down, so now 2 consecutive outs for Eckert. And things getting a little more in Amsterdam's favor. Here comes the leadoff offering to Jones. So he watches that one outside for a ball.
The Blue Sox haven't always been consistent with runners in scoring position this season and runners on base in general. This is a game and this is an opportunity in the first inning to break that cycle a little bit and get on the board with a run or two and not let Ackert and the Mohawks get off scot-free for their sloppy start to the game.
Watches that one outside 2-0. So the infield all playing deep. Outfield skewed out towards left field, so trying to see what the righty Jones can come up with. 2-0 coming. And Jones swings through that one for the first strike of his day. 2-1. Utica trying to drive in one run here with runners on second and third. The 2-1 is outside. It bounces away, but not in the direction the Blue Sox would have hoped. And so the count will move to 3-1, but nobody able to advance off the somewhat wild pitch.
DeCesare is there behind the plate in an important position because a wild pitch would score a run.
So now Ackert facing the 3-1 to Jones. The pitch. And that one's outside, ball 4. That's a second walk of the inning. Connor Jones makes his way on the first base, and this loads him up for the Blue Sox with the X-Man, Xavier Smith, coming up next.
Now batting from Lewistown, Pennsylvania, the extra hitter, number 10, Xavier Smith.
And Killian, who I thought that the Blue Sox would need to break out in this game, now has a prime breakout opportunity. Bases loaded, but 2 out. Crucial spot early for the Blue Sox with Smith.
The leadoff offering to Smith. Catches the outside edge for strike 1. Utica this season kind of struggled in the bottom of the first when at home. Offensively, haven't really been able to put up that many runs in their leadoff frame. Trying to make this game an exception. And Smith pulls that one into left field. That falls for a base hit. 1 run will score. Rounding third is Sweeney. He'll come in easily. Here comes Jones from first base. He will score. It's a base clearing double for the X-Man. And Utica leads 3-0 in the bottom of the first.
Somebody called DMX, Killian, because X gon' give it to you. He gon' give a 3-run bases clearing double. Xavier Smith needed to break out in this game to feel good about the trajectory of his performance this season after some difficult starts, and that is a way to do it.
It was a sharp line drive that got over the head of the third baseman Rivera and then just kind of fell just outside the foul line. Just a beautiful piece of hitting there from the X-Man. And a runner on second here for Bowden Fernsler, looking to bring Smith home. Smith taking a large lead off of second base. Nobody really there besides the second baseman Carrera, who's standing about 7 feet off the bag. He creeps a little closer. The pitch, and that one is flown into right. That'll go in the foul territory, and it will land inside the bullpen, clanking off of a bench and off of the chain link fence. So the bullpen pitchers for Amsterdam will have an extra ball to work with later on tonight. 1-1 the Fernsler. Ackert's allowed 1 hit here in the inning. It was a base clearing double to the X-Man Xavier Smith, who is currently sitting on second base. Infield skewed off to the left. Everyone playing at a somewhat normal depth besides the shortstop Houghton, who is playing deep. The pitch, that one is kind of just fought off, grounded to third. The throw is not in time, and it was also inaccurate. Smith will come around and score. And so we'll see what this one ends up being scored.
They should rule it an error on the third baseman, I think. Throw was high and off the top of the mitt. And the Blue Sox take advantage of an error in the first inning.
So they will rule it
Wow.
an error. So Fernsler reaches on the error. Smith comes home. And Utica up 4-0 here in the bottom of the first.
Number 19, Andrew Johnston.
Here there's Andrew Johnston, the one international player, I believe, on this Blue Sox squad, looking to drive in a run here with a runner on first base.
He's from Ontario, Canada. The Great White North. Makes sense that he's here in central New York, not super far from the border up north.
Trying to make a big splash here in this game as he faces the 0-1 count from Eckert. Certainly not been the first inning he envisioned. The pitch. That one misses 1-1. Now, if Johnston were to get on base, they would just have to go through Fry and Cerrone, and then they would have gone through the entire cycle here in the first inning. Obviously, with 2 outs, it's not as likely as it seems, but it would be a cool feat for Utica if they were able to do so. So here's the 1-1. And Johnston watches that one for a strike. So 1-2 now to Andrew, trying to avoid being the third out of the bottom of the first, but Utica a bit of a 2-out rally, scoring 4 runs with 2 down. Johnston trying to keep the inning alive. And that one tied 2-2. Outfield skewed off to the left. Big hole there in right field, just hoping that they can get Johnston to hit a fly ball out to left field. And he takes one inside. Now the count runs full. 2 walks so far in the inning by Eckert. It was Flashner and Connor Jones, both of which who scored on the Xavier Smith double. And Amsterdam here just trying to get out of this inning and prevent Utica from getting another runner in scoring position. Fernsler on first. Full count to Andrew Johnston. Fernsler takes off. Called strike 3, and so that will do it for the side, but not before the Blue Sox drive in 4 runs. Xavier Smith, a 3 RBI double, and Bowden Fernsler reaching on an error, which then allowed Smith to score. Utica leads 4-0 after 1. Don't go anywhere. So we welcome you back here for the top of the second. Amsterdam had to endure a 1-2-3 inning on offense last time. They were up. Aiden Dill hoping he can make things a little different this time around. Dill on the year, a .292 average and 24 at-bats with 7 hits, no homers, and 7 RBI. On-base percentage of .452 for Dill as he starts at the first one in there for a strike. Dill, the center fielder for Utica, or excuse me, for Amsterdam, didn't see any action in the bottom of the first as no balls were hit out his direction as he swings through that one, strike 2. And now once again, Ake getting ahead in the count early. A 0-2. And that one's lined sharply in the right field. That'll fall for a base hit. And how about some more? Dill rounds first. He'll pull in the second easily. He's in standing up. And so a leadoff double for Amsterdam. That could have made a lot worse as a throw from the right fielder Sweeney was inaccurate and nearly got by.
That's the first double of the season for Aiden Dill. And Ake is in a bit of a pickle early on.
So here's DeCesare with the blue helmet for Amsterdam. Has Dill on second. Infield playing mostly at normal depth. The leadoff pitch is fouled off high. That one will fly all the way back there, land in the pavement. DeCesare a .421 average and 3 homers on the year with 8 hits. 11 RBIs and a .645 on base percentage for him. His first time up today and his first time facing Ake on the season. Here's the 0-1. And he watches that one inside for a ball, 1-1. And I feel, Morgan, like DeCesare is going to be one of those really tough outs for Utica that if they can get it, it's going to be a big momentum shifter for the Blue Sox defense.
I completely agree. Ake does not want to have a rough second inning right after the Blue Sox put up 4 in the bottom of the first. He's already allowed a double.
Back up ahead in this count now, 1-2 to DeCesare. Little encouragement there from the PA announcer's sound effect board. Now the 1-2 coming. Infielders playing mostly at normal depth besides the second baseman. And then breaking the bat there is DeCesare, and so he'll have to go get a new piece of wood from the dugout.
We have deceased lumber here in the second inning, Killian. And an early bat has to be put out to the shed.
And that's going to be the first one at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field this season for either squad. Or at least the first visible one where you can see the wood splinter off.
It cracked right down the middle with these wood bats that we see in the PGCBL, not like a lot of college teams that can happen just like the majors.
So now 1-2 again to DeCesare with a new bat this time. The pitch. And that's a fastball outside, 2-2. Ake has had great control over his pitches today. They're going exactly where he wants them to go. You can see he's trying to get DeCesare to chase. But now could be a bit of a tough spot here as DeCesare has that power. Runner goes. That one gets fouled up and nearly clears the net under the fence, but just got clipped at the last second there by the net. So no rogue foul balls flying to the stands, and the runner will have to return to second. Aiden Dill, the leader in stolen bases for Amsterdam, with 7 on the season so far. As that one's popped up high in the foul territory. Moving back is Wirtz. He will make the catch. And Wirtz will retire DeCesare. Dill not able to go anywhere, stuck on second base.
That was a great play by Ian Wirtz. He was bracing for the netting right at the backstop, and he curved his back to make that catch as he was nearly falling down. That was a nice athletic play by Wirtz, one of his best plays of the year as a backstop.
So this brings up Robert Mello. Mello with a runner on second. He swings at the first pitch, fouls that one off into the foul territory on the third base side. 0-1.
Killian, do you think we will ever get a foul ball to us here in the broadcast booth? We're at the top of the grandstand. There's only a little bit of a gap between the netting and the ceiling. Do you think it's possible?
I mean, it would have to be a perfect foul ball of enough power to get over. As stepping off the mound there is Ake to make sure Dill can't get that big of a jump. But it would have to be like the perfect angle. I guess maybe take a bounce. I just don't see how it could like naturally happen without hitting something first.
That's true, because we have these 4 columns in front of the grandstands, and we haven't seen any foul balls go into the grandstands yet.
That one's grounded to second, fielded cleanly to throw to first in time, so Dill will reach third base, but Getting retired in the process is Robert Mello as he grounds for 3 for the second out. So here's Christian McLaughlin.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 21, Chris McLaughlin.
McLaughlin on a year 400 average with only 10 at-bats, 4 hits, and 1 RBI. Also a pitcher. First pitch is high for a ball. You can see Dill getting a pretty heavy lead there on third base. And Utica doesn't seem too particularly concerned. Infielders playing deep besides the first baseman.
He knows that unless it's a steal at home, he just needs to get McLaughlin out to prevent the runner from third scoring. And something interesting is McLaughlin is actually a high school senior. He is committed to Columbia University, and so the Albany, New York native is one of the youngest players on the team. There's a few high school seniors on the squad.
And the high school senior will foul that one off the third baseline, so now 1-2.
And he seems ready for the big leagues. 400 average already, 571 OBP in a early sample size of 4 games played. That's pretty good for McLaughlin.
Yeah, he's certainly going to bring a big piece to that Columbia team as he prepares for his freshman semester this fall. That one outside 2-2. And you know, he only has a year on me.
Yes, you are. You're a high school junior. I'm in college. I'm the old one.
Got 1 year left. That one is hit sharply into left field. That'll fall for a base hit, so 1 run will score. McLaughlin will reach first base, and so Amsterdam gets on the board. So this brings up Jordan Perry. Perry, the second lowest average on the team, batting 118 with 2 hits and 17 at-bats, 6 RBI. No homers, and a 286 on-base percentage. Statistically, this will be one of the outs for Utica. That's easier to get, but this one might fall. That's a great placed hit, and it will easily score 1 run. Perry rounds second base. He goes for third, and the throw is offline. And so it's a triple that scores the runner from first, and Amsterdam, in the span of 2 swings, makes this one a 4-2 ball game.
And here come the Mohawks offense that has been rolling in the past few games on this 3-game win streak. That is now 3 hits in the inning, 2 extra base hits, and the Mohawks now are bringing the tying run to the plate right now. They've known to hit home runs this season, despite this being a ballpark that's not conducive to that.
So the first pitch to Marcus Brem down low, and that also goes to show that statistics don't mean everything. That was a great placement on that hit, just out of reach of the left fielder, Cerrone, who dove for it, and that knocked him out of action, allowing the runner to get all the way to third. That one's fouled back, 1-1.
He tried to pull a Robbie Carvelli, who made that similar catch on Saturday down the right field line.
Carvelli getting some well-deserved rest time after making that catch today, not in the lineup for Utica.
He could definitely come in as a pinch hitter maybe later in the game.
Utica not a team that uses too many pinch hitters, but certainly wouldn't be a shock of a hitter of his caliber sitting on the bench tonight. Most likely on his rest day. That one swung out 1-2. So trying to get out of the inning with only 2 runs allowed. The pitch, that one comes up, nearly hits Brem. And now 2-2. At third base is Jordan Perry. So the 2-2 is right down the middle, 4 called, strike 3. Brem checked the swing, but it didn't matter, so it's a strikeout looking there for Ake, and that will retire to side. So 2 runs come in for Amsterdam, 4-2 Utica leading as we go to the bottom of the second. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back in here to Blue Sox baseball. Utica leading 4-2 as we enter the bottom of the second. Caden Fry leading off for Utica. His family in attendance tonight, Morgan.
It's nearly a 4-hour drive coming from New Jersey right here to Utica, seeing Fry play, and it's a beautiful day for a ball game. They picked a nice time to come and see their family member play.
Fry got jammed there by that one, but the throw's offline, and he will reach first base. And so looks like they will rule this one an error. So now Amsterdam, the one with the error problems, not unlike how Utica was early in their game against Boonville the other night.
Now batting from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, left fielder, number 4, Christian Cerrone.
Here comes Christian Cerrone. His first time up on the day, batting in the 10 hole for Utica. Third baseman pulled in, shortstop and second baseman playing somewhat deep. And he fouls the first one off back, and it will come down somewhere back there. It took a huge bounce. I saw that one out the corner of my eye, bounce off the pavement. So 0-1 to Christian Cerrone. And a pickup attempt on Fry at first. He's back easily. And Morgan, I'm not sure we've seen any pickoff attempts here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field work this year.
No successful, especially at first base.
Doesn't stop them from trying anyway. Fry will dive back in. He's safe. And it'll remain 0-1 to Cerrone.
There have been a few caught stealings, but no pickoffs, which means when you're going back to your original base and you're out, not going to your successive base and you're out.
That one is high for a ball. So Cerrone now facing 1-1. It'll be Michael Flashner next after him. Flashner walked on the day. The pitch. And that one's jammed up to third. Fielder clearly to throw to second in time, and the throw to first is not in time. So they get the out at second, but they don't get the one at first. So that'll retire Caden Fry as he gets caught in the fielder's choice. So here comes the flashback up to the plate. We've seen him once already today. Walked and scored a run in the first. Utica already in their second time around the lineup. And it's been a high-scoring affair here early on, 4-2, and we're only in the bottom of the second.
We could see another high-scoring affair, just like we saw against Boonville, where 14 runs were put on the board. We're already almost halfway there, and it's the second inning.
So ball one there to Flashner. 1-0 coming, and that misses 2-0. And Eckert had trouble with his accuracy against Flashner his first time up. That count, obviously he ended up walking, but that count was at 3-1.
That nightmare started a 31-pitch first inning for Eckert. He doesn't want to labor here in this first inning. And it would help him if he could have a successful pickoff attempt killing, but it just hasn't happened. He's tried every single time. There's been somebody at first.
So Flashner now facing the 2-0. He watches that one in there for a strike. Beautiful night for baseball here in Utica. 78 degrees and cooling down by the second. Sun starting to come down as that one is gonna bounce off the glove there of the Cesare, bounce off his head, and then fall back to the floor. And that's gonna allow Cerrone to steal easily. No throw, as the ball did not take the most ideal bounce there for the Cesare.
One of the best aspects of the early season for the Blue Sox have been their stolen base ability, and they get one again. Stealing on the base paths is crucial to the Blue Sox winning these games and getting runs across.
Flashner holds off on that one, called strike. checked his swing, but it was in there anyways on the fastball, and now full count to Flashner. First one he's faced today, trying to reach base for the second time in this young game. Cerrone in scoring position at second, one down. Full count to Flashner. He jumps out of the way of that one, and for the second time in 2 innings, Michael Flashner takes a stroll to first base.
Killian, lineup construction sometimes goes a bit underrated, but what I like about what Doug Dillette did today is he put Cerrone last in the lineup and Flashner first. So in situations where Cerrone bats first, followed by Flashner in an inning, like we see today, you have 2 speedy players on base, and that is big to the Blue Sox offensive strategy, is stealing bases because they know they have speed, and here's 2 of the swiftest players on the base paths.
So here's Sweeney. He got nailed his first time up, and the first offering to him is up an inside ball 1. Sweeney ended up scoring a run on that base clearing double from the X-Man Xavier Smith, and so now we'll get a bit of a mound visit here for Amsterdam.
They're just trying to calm Ackert down, I think, because he had a strong first appearance of the season. 5 innings pitched, again, no earned runs, 5 Ks, no walks. But this game has just not been up to that first game standard, and I think a lot of it has to do with pitcher control.
Yeah, Eckert's dished out a number of walks on the night so far. He's at 3 here. He's 1 down in the second inning. So now they will clear up all the infield and the manager all having a conversation. And so now we'll resume play here. Jack Sweeney ahead in the count 1-0, his second time facing Ackert on the day. Ackert trying to avoid hitting Sweeney for the second time. Runners at first and second for the Blue Sox. The pitch. And Sweeney swings through that one for a strike. Infielders all playing at somewhat normal depth besides the shortstop Houghton. He's playing a little deep. Ackert takes a look back to second, the pitch. And that one is high, 2-1. And the pitch count continuing the run up here for Ackert. 44 pitches so far in this game, not even out of the second inning yet. And he tries to pick off a 10th that time. That one won't work. Getting back on base is Christian Cerrone, who stole second.
Seems fair to assume that Keith Griffin's going to go to his bullpen sooner rather than he expected, with this pitch count climbing high early on.
So now the 2-1 here coming to Sweeney. He swings through that one on the inside, 2-2. And so looking to get the second out here is Ackert.
With 2 speedy runners on base, Killian, you're not going to see the Cerrone-Flashner combo on base every single time they bat. Could we see a possible double steal?
Wouldn't be too shocking to see 2 of the speedier players, and Ackert clearly expecting that prospect as he turns back to second base.
Cerrone's got the hops. He's come in as a pinch runner several times early in the season, and Flashner led his college this season with 17 stolen bases, and he's gotten a couple of steals so far this year.
Here's the pitch. That one is outside, and the count runs full. Second straight full count here in the bottom of the second. Flasher ended up getting walked. Utica 1 hit on the day and 4 runs. Amsterdam with 3. However, 2 errors are the reason, or part of the reason, Utica leads this game by the amount that they do. The payoff pitch is swung on and lined sharply out to left way in the foul territory. That ball would have easily been gone if that one had just stayed fair, but we won't be graced with the first home run of the season at Donovan Stadium quite yet.
That was hit right on the button by Sweeney. That was a good swing. If he can time it a little better, he can take one for a ride.
The 3-2, and then it will be a walk, so all the runners will advance. Trying to steal third anyway was Cerrone. He ended up getting in.
First baseman, number 6.
I don't think they'll count it as a steal because on a 3-2 pitch, if you're walked, you go to third automatically. But I wouldn't mind, of course, Cerrone getting a stolen base because he clearly earned it. So the bases have been loaded, Killian, in the first and second innings for the Blue Sox. This is a way to wake your lineup up after some trouble getting runners home early in the season in these types of situations. And now here comes Levine.
Justin Levine on the day. He grounded to the pitcher and was tagged out on the bunt that advanced the runners to second and third back in the first inning. That one ended up being a great move by him as Utica ended up scoring both those runs. And at 4-run bottom of the first, 0-1 now to Levine. The pitch. And Levine holds off on that one. And it catches the inside for a strike. So Ackert ahead in the count here, looking for the second out of the side. Bases juiced for the second time today for Utica. That one misses 1-2. Corners playing in. And short and second playing out. Outfielder skewed off to the left. And Levine fouls that one off and it'll remain 1-2. Levine staying alive in the at-bat. As he stares down Ackert here, trying to get on base for the first time today. The pitch. And that one curves high, 2-2. Good motion on that pitch there by Ackert. Just missed that one high, it looked like.
Levine has already had one sacrifice. That was a bunt. May he try a sacrifice again, which would get a run home. It's very possible.
Levine holds off of that one, and they ruled that he did end up going around, so strike 3 on that. So it'll be a strikeout for Ackert. Make it his third on the day.
Catcher, number 61, Ian Wirtz.
Here comes Ian Wirtz. He struck out on a full count his last time up. And he faces the bases loaded for the first time today. Had runners on second and third his last time up. The pitch. That one catches the inside edge for a strike. Utica now for the second straight inning has gotten over half their lineup involved in the batter's box. This is batter number 6. Holding off on that one was Wirtz, 1-1. Infielders playing back out. Outfielders playing somewhat normal depth in left, but center and right playing deep. The pitch. That one comes up and nearly hits him. 2-1. And the pitch count continues climbing here for Ackert. Not the situation he expected to find himself in. Utica looking to cash in on a bases loaded situation again. That one swung on foul back, 2-2.
I think if Wirtz has a big hit here, it gets at least multiple runs home, 2 or more. I could see Ackert pulled right here after 1 2/3. I think it could be that serious where Coach Griffin has to go to the bullpen if Ackert can't get the last out.
And there's movement up in the bullpen right now for Amsterdam. So now the 2-2. Inside, and the count runs full for the second time today to Ian Wirtz, and for the third time here in the bottom of the second.
Base is full, count full, but as high pressure as you can get, even in the second inning.
If Wirtz walks, obviously with the bases loaded, it would bring in a run. But you'd imagine he's looking to do a little more damage than just 1 run, as a base hit would bring in 2 pretty easily. The infielders are playing pretty deep, so it might be difficult to get a ball past them. So he's got to keep an eye on that prospect. Ackert making his pitch selection. He finds it. And here comes the payoff. Swung on. It's hard, hit to left, and it will go foul. That one would have been off the wall, maybe even gone if that stayed fair for the second time here in the bottom of the second. Just out to the left field line.
That was so well hit by Ian Wirtz. I really thought that would be a fair ball, and that would be a bases clearing extra base hit, perhaps even a line drive just over the wall for a home run. And now how do you compose yourself after your heart stopped for a second and you thought you did it? You got the big hit, but now not just yet.
Utica still only 1 hit on the day, and that one is lined sharply to third, where the catch is made by Rivera for the third out. So on a retired side, no runs coming for Utica. They lead 4-2 after 2 innings of play. However, Amsterdam with the advantage in hits, 3-1. We will come back here in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back here. New pitcher in for Utica. It's Colin Skirmont. And Morgan, give me a little background information here on what we could expect from Colin today.
Well, Colin Skirmont is a native of Utica, New York, and so he's been around the Blue Sox for a while now. This is his second appearance on the season, so see what he does. But he's allowed no runs. He's a left-handed pitcher, so see how that factors in. He pitched in 1 inning. He walked 1, struck out 1, but didn't allow any runs, as I previously mentioned. 9 Ks per 9 in his lone start. And so see what the senior left-hander does in the 3rd inning in replacing Ake.
Here comes James Houghton, 167 average on the year. Hudson with 3 hits and 2 RBI. Gets on base 1/4 of the times he's up. .250 on base percentage. So the leadoff pitch here. That's high on the fastball, 1-0. Got Skirmont, the lefty here, facing the lefty hitter in Hudson. After that would be Correa and Ezel. That pitch misses for the second straight ball. Skirmont here still looking for his first strike of the outing. And field skewed off to the left. Third base in shallow. First at normal depth and second and short playing deep. That pitch misses, and now 3-0 here to James Houghton. So the 3-0. And that one misses high, so a 4-pitch leadoff walk to Hudson. He will reach first base. And so now back to the top of the order. It's Tyler Correa. He flew out to third his first time up. Back in the first inning. And so we're going to look at the lineup here for Utica.
Seeing how they line up defensively, Wirtz is catching for now Skirmont. Levine is at first base. Fry is at second. Flashner at short. Fernsler at third base. Cerrone is in left. Jones is in center. Sweeney in right.
And Skirmont's first offering misses high, so no strikes thrown yet on the day for him. Trying to get this to be the first one. The 1-0 pitch. That one's high. Or excuse me, no, that one catches the top edge there of the zone for the first strike on the day. Correa was facing an 0-2 count when he flew out after hitting a couple foul balls. You have to make contact here. Runner goes. Bunt attempt is fouled off, and so headed back to first is Houghton.
Did that go the way you thought it was going to go? Good.
So Levine on first base, keeping, or at least trying to keep Houghton there, and then the rest of the infield playing at a normal depth. Outfielders also playing at a normal depth here to Correa. And Correa stares at that one high, 2-2. Shadows starting to creep in from the left field edge. Sun starting to go down. Might impact some of the outfielders' vision here as we go on. That one skips away on the wild pitch. And moving into second easily there will be James Houghton. So now the count will run full to Correa. And now is a runner in scoring position. He's looking for his 5th run batted in on the year. The payoff pitch, and that one misses low for ball 4. So runners now on first and second, nobody down for Amsterdam. And here comes Andrew Ezel. He struck out looking his first time up. And so Utica here will get together at the mound to try and regroup.
Yeah, Killian, I think this is an important mound visit because the Blue Sox took a 4-0 lead in the bottom of the first. They didn't want to cough it up by the 3rd inning. With their second pitcher, Skirmont has an opportunity to keep this game tied where it is, but he needs to make some really important pitches now with 2 on.
And it's not the first time we've seen Utica face runners on base. Back in the second, they faced this same scenario. Amsterdam was able to put 2 runs in that situation, but they've been unable to get any early outs here, now facing the 3rd batter of the side. So here's the leadoff to Ezel. He shows bunt. That one is high and recovered by Wirtz, who throws it back to the pitcher.
Yeah, Levine at first, Killian, was pulled all the way in. He was expecting a bunt. And on a 1-0 count, I could see him trying to do it again and advance the runners over and bring the tying run in scoring position, which is 1 out.
So the 1-0 showing bunt again, and that one also missed 2-0. A bit of a rough start to the outing here for Skermont, just trying to find the zone, but also trying to avoid these bunt attempts. And you know that Ezel is just searching for a perfect pitch to knock down to the dirt for a good bunt.
But unfortunately for him, maybe fortunately, Skermont hasn't been able to throw those pitches consistently.
Skermont does throw that one in, and so 2-1. So up next would be Gabriel Rivera, barring a triple play.
It is that situation for it. No outs, runners on first and second, but unlikely.
That pitch, that one is bunted up and it will fall foul. Making a big run in there was Levine. They definitely had a chance at getting there.
And now I think Levine can retreat a little bit more to first because it would be risky to bunt with 2 strikes because if you foul it off, you're out. So, and there goes Levine, much closer to the base than he was on the last pitch.
So now a 2-2 coming to Ezel. Runners on first and second. Infield pulled in. The pitch showed bunt again. That one missed outside 3-2. And Ezel there maybe playing a bit of a risky game, trying to bunt with 2 strikes. Count now has run full. Looking for the first out of the inning. That one misses, and the runners will advance nonetheless, even with the double steal attempt. And so this loads them up now for
Again, Rivera is tonight's Taco Bell game day. He strikes out in
Amsterdam.
tonight's game. Everyone in chance to go home to good line for a free taco.
So here's Gabriel Rivera. He grounded out to short his first time up. He's the Taco Bell strikeout man of the night. Had the opportunity to please the fans with free tacos, but ended up grounding out. That happened back in the first inning. His second time up as Amsterdam is in their second time around the order. The pitch. And that one gets away, and so a run will come in for Amsterdam. That makes it a 4-3 game. Runners will advance as well. So now in the scoring position goes Ezel and Correa. So Rivera there took the first pitch for a ball and ended up getting away from Wirtz.
It's the dichotomy, Killian. At the bottom of the second, the Blue Sox had them loaded. They couldn't score. And Amsterdam has loaded them up and scored at least 1 without the benefit of any hits.
Rivera with 3 homers on the year already.
And Gabriel Rivera, as we talked about in the open, Killian, is not the kind of guy you see when you want to get out of a bases-loaded jam with minimal damage. He will try and inflict maximum pain on these blue shirts.
Utica's got to have that in the back of their mind. Obviously not a hitter-friendly ballpark, and the wind certainly not quite helping with that tonight. As the pitch misses 2-0. But if there's anyone that you could point at on the stat sheet and be like, this is the guy to hit the first homer of the year, it would be probably Rivera. Amsterdam, 11 homers on the year so far, tied for the league's most with Mohawk Valley. That pitch misses, and now it's 3-0. And Skermont trying to avoid walking them loaded. Still 2 runners in scoring position for Amsterdam, trying to tie this game up or take the lead. Nobody down for the Mohawks. And that one's in there for a strike. So 3-1. Corners playing in on the infield. Short and second staying deep. That one's fouled off, and now full count to Rivera.
And that's 2 strikes, 1 away from
And now Free Tacos seem back in the picture for these fans. You can hear the reaction, a couple of them screaming taco.
I think they're a little more antsy because what the strikeout would mean for the game as well would be huge, not just the grub.
So Rivera facing that added pressure. Here's a 3-2 from Skermont. Swings and misses, and Free Tacos for the fans. And so this will bring up Aiden Dill, who doubled his last time out. So Dill.
Oh, Tim Best is the best, making us laugh with his taco celebration.
So Dill, not the guy you want to be facing. He's already doubled tonight, and a double would easily give Amsterdam the lead. With only 1 down. It's the first strikeout on the night there for Skermont, as Dill holds off the first pitch called for a strike.
Colin Skermont is getting back into it after his big strikeout of Rivera. He's feeling himself a little bit. He's throwing more strikes than we've seen earlier in this inning. This could be a big bounce back. If Skermont keeps his game 4-3, I would consider this a big win for the Blue Sox.
Here's the 0-1. And that one catches the top outside corner, straight 2. And now all of a sudden, the second out looks to be in the picture here for Amsterdam. Infielders still playing in on the corners for Utica. Still out at second and short. The 0-2, that one is hit into center. Coming on under that is Jones. He makes the catch. The runner tags, and he will be in easily safe. So Amsterdam ties the game on the sacrifice fly from Dill. And the runner will advance to third. So Ezel on third base. And now up comes the Cesare with an opportunity to take the lead.
Yes, the Mohawks have scored 4 unanswered runs, but this is a decent case scenario for Skermont. He did not want to give up the lead, and he still has a chance to keep this game tied where it is. Getting out number 2 there, even giving up a run, I think is a solid trade for the Blue Sox.
That one's fouled off into the Blue Sox dugout. Might have clipped a couple Utica players on the way in. So Utica already with Free Tacos here, trying to get out of this inning with the game still tied. Infielders playing at a normal depth, besides short and second, who've been playing deep for the majority here of the bottom of the second. As that one misses for a ball. 1-1. And the Cesare, his last time up, he popped out to the catcher, whom Wirtz made a ridiculous, like, step-back jump catch thing. Not too sure what you would officially call that, but regardless, it was a beautiful catch. And now the Cesare hoping to get his revenge by driving in the go-ahead run here in the top of the third. Pitch. That one misses. And now it's 3-1 to the catcher, Anthony Cesare. Skermont has walked 1 so far. So here's the 3-1. The delivery. That's swung on and missed, 3-2. And that was a big swing there from the Cesare. Looked like he was locked and loaded on that one.
The end of the inning is in sight for Colin Skermont. But can he finish it off?
So here's the payoff. And that one is hit into center field. Under it is Jones, and he makes the catch to retire the side, but not before 2 runs come home from Amsterdam. This one tied at 4 as Utica will come up to bat looking to take the lead back when we return. Don't go anywhere. We're back here for the bottom of the third. It looks like they kept Ackert in for Amsterdam. Leading off for the Blue Sox will be the 5-hitter Connor Jones, who walked his last time up and scored.
Center fielder, number 1, Connor Jones.
Connor Jones looking to get his first hit on the day. He steps into the right-handed batter's box. Big gap there in right center field from the outfielders, looking to expect this one to get flown to right, or excuse me, to get flown to left if they do fly it. A decent sized gap there in the center, between the center infielders. That one fouled off 1-1 to Jones. Jones took a 5-pitch walk his last time up. The pitch, and that one will be grounded to short. The throw is in time, and now to retire the leadoff hitter, Jones. So Utica still has not had a hit since the first inning, and of those hits, they only have 1. But this was the man that got that hit, Xavier Smith, the X-Man, with a base-clearing double. That gave Utica a 3-0 lead that they would then add on to. 1 for 1 on the day. And he immediately grounds this one. It's fielded cleanly by the shortstop. The throw is not in time. He beats it out on the infield single. A beautifully fielded ball, but the throw just a little bit behind. And so second hit of the game goes to Smith on the infield single. This will bring up Bowden Fernsler. He reached on an error his first time up, so still sitting at 0 for 0.
That was a commendable effort killing by Houghton in the shortstop hole. He made a hopping throw to first that was barely late. But you can see the defense improving, especially as the game has gone on for Amsterdam. You know, they made some errors.
And they've certainly cleaned it up since.
Houghton made one of those errors, actually. The second error of the game.
They've certainly responded. I mean, that was a beautifully fielded ball. Kind of like slid and scooped that one out of the ground before making the throw. That one is chopped up. It'll be caught. They get the tag, and do they get the double play? Yes, they do. Wow, and so that will retire the side. What a quick inning there for Amsterdam. That ball chopped up on the hit from Fernsler. Smith got tagged out trying to advance to second, and then Correa made the throw to first to retire the bottom of the third. So we will step aside, 4-4, our score. Don't go anywhere.
We're back here in the top of the fourth. Good ball game here on this Monday evening. The Blue Sox 4 and the Mohawks 4 in a critical game for both sides. Amsterdam looking to up their win streak to 4, while the Blue Sox are looking to get off a 2-game slide. Alongside Killian Heffron, I am Morgan Spriggs. And Lucas Tucker is now in the game for the Blue Sox, replacing Colin Skirmont after his 1 inning. What do you got, Killian, on Lucas?
Well, Lucas goes to Mohawk Valley Community College, so a local kid from Whitesboro. Doesn't list any stats on him here on the league website for the year, so looks like it's his first time in.
Lucas Tucker coming in to face 6, 7, and 8. There are your jokes. And it's Robert Mello, the first baseman, to lead off. He grounded out to Fry at second base his first time up, 0-1. Corners of the infield are pulled in already as Mello waits for the first pitch from Tucker, and he takes it a little bit low on the fastball for ball 1.
And the infield here playing a bit shallower than we've seen them play the rest of the game. Usually they're hanging out pretty deep, but it's probably the shallowest we've seen them all game.
Swing and a miss on the fastball into the mid of Wirtz. Big cut there. It's 1-1. Well, Mello is both an outfielder and a first baseman, and the 6'1" red shirt freshman from Hudson Valley Community College. Mountain Valley Conference Player of the Year. Grounds out one softly. That ball drifts in fair. Here's the bare hand throw to third. Hopped not in time. That ball spun foul first and then went back in fair. Fernsler played it there, but the hop was too late, so an infield hit.
Well, that was a great job on the hustle there from Mello to get to first base. I mean, I'm a bit shocked that he didn't immediately assume that was going to stay foul and hang out, but coaches will preach to you, just run it out, and that's exactly what he did right there, and he ends up beating it.
Here's Chris McLaughlin. He is 1 for 1 with an RBI single. He's also scored one of the 4 Mohawk runs this evening. Those runs came in the second and third. First pitch is on the low corner on the fastball from Tucker, so he's really using the heat early on. I have to say, the weather tonight is probably the best we have seen for any home game. It's warm, but not too warm. Nice breeze, but not overpowering. Pickoff attempt towards first, late. It's beautiful. Killian, you're a weather expert. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, not a cloud in the sky here tonight. Complete 180 from what we saw on opening night, where we had a fun rain delay that delayed the game against Oneonta for about 40 minutes in the 7th inning. But yeah, temperatures in the mid-70s falling. They'll reach about 66 by the time this game concludes. It's a beautiful night for baseball in Utica. I'm sure the Blue Sox and the Mohawks appreciate it.
Mello at first, none out in the 4th. Tucker's 2-strike pitch is off the mound, into center almost. Here's the flip from Fry towards the bag, not in time. So the first 2 hitters for the Mohawks in the 4th have reached base on balls in the infield.
Yeah, that one looked like the flip might have been slightly inaccurate because you saw it kind of drop out of the glove there. But they will end up ruling it a hit for Amsterdam, so another infield single.
Here comes Jordan Perry. He's 1 for 1. Strong start to the 4th inning for the Mohawks. They want to climb all the way back down 4-0 to take the lead. They have a decent chance of doing that. Bunt attempt, left side. Fernsler was on it. He pump fakes to first and doesn't make a throw, and the bases are loaded on a successful bunt single. So 3 balls haven't left the infield, and the sacks are loaded. That is remarkable for the Mohawks, and credit to their versatile offense.
Yeah, 3 batters, 3 straight infield singles there. Able to reach on the bunt that time, but I mean, that's again the great hustle. Just gets Utica to overthink it and not make the throw, and now nobody down, bases loaded up. Amsterdam looks poised to do some damage.
Here comes Luke Schulte, the pitching coach, and the Blue Sox infield. We have seen many times in this game bases loaded situations. It has been an offensive battle so far.
So look around the league tonight. Every game here on this Monday night is in the East Division. Socrates and Glens Falls tied at 2 in the top of the 5th. And Oneonta and Mohawk Valley, that game's 1-0 Oneonta in the bottom of the 4th. So the Outlaws looking to continue their little run here. They've lost 1, but they sit at 4-3, same exact record as the Amsterdam Mohawks. And Socrates is above them at 4-2, and then all the way at the top with 8 games played is Mohawk Valley, sitting at 6-2.
Strike 1 to Marcus Brem. Batting with the bases loaded, none out. The DH struck out looking his first time up. Mello at 3rd, McLaughlin at 2nd, Perry at 1st. None out for Tucker. A perilous situation for him and the Blue Sox in the top of the 4th. And the 1-strike pitch is off the corner, ball 1. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Tucker has the bases loaded on 3 balls that did not reach the outfield. Brem calls time and then quickly gets back into the batter's box, adjusting that blue helmet. 1-1. Drops low to the dirt. 2-1.
And Morgan, in this situation, I think the best case scenario here is only if Amsterdam's able to go up by 1. I mean, you got nobody out.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much any form of contact would allow or run the score.
There are force plays all across the diamond given bases loaded. Foul tip behind home. Well, a strikeout would do pretty good, and then a double play could get Tucker out of it in that order. But we'll have to see with Marcus Brem.
You got the speedy Mello there on 3rd base. I'm sure at any sign of contact, he is going to be sprinting. I mean, obviously, because the bases are loaded, so he's going to have to move with contact, but
2-2 pitch. That is just dropped off the edge, ball 3. That was a close pitch from Tucker, and Wirtz tried to frame it with that glove, but couldn't do it, and now the bases are loaded as well as the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tucker throws 1 more ball. It's 5-4 Mohawks, and they take their first lead of the game. Tucker doesn't want that. 3-2 pitch. That is fought off to the screen, off to the right. We'll do it again.
This is the most important couple pitches of this game so far right here. Amsterdam right now, all the momentum, 6 hits, trying to come back from an early 4-run deficit and take the lead.
3-2 pitch, another foul. Good at bat here for Brem. Bowell, McLaughlin, and Perry are sure going to take off on any sign of contact. They haven't been jumping out of their seats to do it on these couple of foul balls, but maybe on this next 3-2 they will. Tucker leaning in with his left foot in front of his right. The pitch is in the air, left center field, moving over is Jones, racing it, and that may clear the bases as it splits the gap and hops to the wall. 1 run scores, 2-run score. That will clear the bases. That is a 3-run triple for Marcus Brem, and the Mohawks have turned it around, down 4-0. They've scored 7 unanswered and lead by 3 in the 4th.
Well, Brem saw what Xavier Smith did for the Blue Sox and said, I can one-up that. He goes for a base clearing triple that time. And, I mean, it's just great placement on that hit into dead left center. Bounces off to the wall. Not really much the outfielders can do there with.
First pitch into right field, base hit, another run scores. RBI single for Houghton. That scores Brem from third. It is 8-4, a complete makeover from the first inning. It's 8-4, a remarkable turn of events for Amsterdam in just a short period of time.
Well, you look at their stats and you know they're capable of something like this. You kind of wonder how long it would be until their big hitters started coming out to play. And you talk about depth hitting, that's one of the best case scenarios right there. 6, 7, 8, and 9 all record hits and score. And 10 also gets on base with a hit.
Here's Tyler Correa. He takes a ball outside. I mean, it just, with the Blue Sox taking that 4-0 lead, you think their fortunes may have changed from the last couple of games, but it just shows with their pitching being unable to keep that lead. That hasn't been the case, Killian.
Well, I think it's also a testament to the hitting of Amsterdam. I mean, 8 hits, and you know, we've said it so many times already.
Fly ball left field, Cerrone races back, same does Jones. That ball's back at the wall, and it is caught right at the wall for out number 1. That was really close to getting out. Retreating to first base is Houghton, and that is a sharp fly out from Correa.
Well, I would be lying if I said I didn't think we just saw our first home run of the year here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. I mean, that ball was rocketed, but not a hitter-friendly ballpark, and Utica is going to be thankful for that. But what a catch there in the outfield.
In Amsterdam, that's a round tripper, given the dimensions in left field. That's 290 down the left field line. It's 315 here in Utica, so that would totally make the difference. Here is Andrew Ezel with 1 on and 1 away now. Pickoff attempt towards first is tardy. I expected that to go out as well. I'm surprised Cerrone had enough room to make the catch at the padding. He was going back, same with Jones. Connor covered a lot of room.
Yeah, but Morgan, if you look in the left center there, you can see there's a random part where it gets really deep. And then, like, off to the left, it gets really shallow. And that was just hit into the part there where the part goes deep. I mean, if that's placed maybe 2 or 3 feet to the left, that ball's gone.
So strong contact for the Mohawks. Here is a bunt. Placed down. It goes foul as Wirtz came out of his crouch to attempt to field it. They're going to call him out, I believe. Yes, they're going to say he's out on a foul bunt, as the umpires are trying to figure that out.
I didn't think he was on 2 strikes there.
Neither did I, but what other reason would he be out?
Interesting.
Okay, well, the Blue Sox catch a little bit of a break here with 2 out now.
Third baseman number 29, Gabriel Rivera.
So a bit of a confusing situation, but the Blue Sox would sure take it given their bad luck in these last few innings. Gabriel Rivera takes a pitch, and that ball down to second on the throw. Safe.
Yeah, the ball came out of the glove there of Fry.
Steal for James Houghton. And a runner in scoring position once again for the Mohawks. Trying to take a 5-run lead. That would be the largest lead for any team tonight. Sun setting here to the west on a beautiful night. Pickup attempt towards second, not close. So Lucas Tucker and the Blue Sox now facing a battle where they have to try and come back again, just like they did against the Lumberjacks, or tried to do. They already have one successful comeback that came against Mohawk Valley. 0-1, rolled over towards third and foul. 0-2. Top of the fourth inning, 8-4 Mohawks. If you just tuned in, this game was completely different in the first. It was 4-0 Blue Sox, and Utica was trying to get off a 2-game losing streak, but the Amsterdam offense has woken up in a big way. Had stayed awake since the first inning. Off the end of the bat and foul towards the visiting dugout. Still 0-2.
And Amsterdam being able to get out of that bases loaded jam that we saw in the bottom of the second, and that really played a big role in that, because if they had given those runs up, we could be talking about an 8-7, 8-8, possibly even a 9-8 Utica game right now. Just a big momentum killer.
That pitch drops just a bit outside 1-2. That's a great point, Killian, because Amsterdam has converted pretty much all of those bases loaded or 2/3 loaded opportunities for at least a run or two. And Utica's been a bit more spotty, but you can't blame them for only scoring 4 runs. It has to be on the pitching for allowing 8. Over towards short on a couple of hops. Throw comes into third. Fernsler's waiting for the tag, and Houghton is out on the run. And that will do it for the top of the fourth, but it's an impactful inning for the Amsterdam Mohawks. They take a 4-run lead. We are through 3.5 from Utica. Stay with us. Ackert back for his 4th inning to face 8, 9, and 10. Andrew Johnston leading off. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking. Alongside Killian Efron, I'm Morgan Spriggs. An absolutely stunning night weather-wise. Not so much on the field for the Blue Sox. They trail 8-4. But plenty of time to come back, of course. First pitch is outside to Johnston. And Killian, what do you make of this performance so far with two teams going in opposite directions? It looked the tides were shifting in the first inning, but it's gone back to be par for the course with 8 unanswered runs for Amsterdam.
Well, Utica's pitching has struggled overall tonight. I mean, 8 hits allowed here through 4, and Amsterdam has been able to use the power that they bring in that hitting core to take advantage of a couple of bad pitches here and there, and that's gotten them into this situation now where we see an 8-4 Amsterdam lead.
Ball 3 from Ackert, so favorable count for the Canadian, Johnston. The infield is all playing deep near the grass, especially Correa at second. He's the deepest. 3-ball pitch is inside near the shoulder of Johnston. That's ball 4, so if the Blue Sox want to come back, getting the leadoff runner on is a good way to do it.
That's the first time Johnson will reach tonight. His last time up, he struck out. That was in the first inning. So here comes Fry.
Caden Fry takes his second at-bat, or rather plate appearance of the game. He reached on an error at third base his first time up. Ackert with his first pitch. Drops in shy of the strike zone, 1-0. So 5 pitches in this inning for Ackert, 5 balls. And Tim Best, our PA announcer, has been using that ball sound effect from Wii Sports a lot this inning so far. There's strike one on the outside corner, 1-1. Johnston at first, none out in the bottom of the 4th. Fry pulls back a bunt and takes it high, 2-1. So number 14 would take one practice swing and get back in the box. The outfield also is pushed a little bit to the left. I think we've seen for Keith Griffin's Mohawks, they changed their outfield depth a lot more than other teams in the PGCBL, as that pitch gets away, and it's 3-1 that almost hit Fry, and it's a stolen base for Johnston, and he reaches standing up.
I can't believe that didn't actually hit Fry there. I mean, you saw how close that was. He turned and almost got drilled, but able to fortunately stay out of the way of that one, as that had some heat on it.
This could be it for Ackert, as he's through 3+ innings, or we could just see a mound visit. There's been 3 pitchers for the Blue Sox: Ake, Skermont, and Tucker, and just 1 for the Mohawks.
We got a card giveaway tonight, courtesy of AAN. Next feature card number 2025, Aaron Judge. Golden Chrome card.
The visitors disperse from the hump, and Ackert is still on his perch. So the count is 3-1 to Caden Fry. Okay, and the Blue Sox make a sizable dent in this deficit in the inning. They have a shot at it. Ball 4. So back-to-back walks from Ackert, excuse me. And now it brings up Christian Cerrone. He's reached on a fielder's choice and stolen a bag.
Left fielder number 4, Christian
Walks and
Cerrone.
batter patience have been an important part of this game. Both lineups have taken several walks in this game, and if this is a way for the Blue Sox to get back in the game, it would be advantageous for them.
Ackert now up to 75 pitches on this game so far. His pitch count's really getting up there. And there's movement in the bullpen for Amsterdam. We saw this earlier and they didn't put anybody in, but you have to imagine that his time might be coming soon.
First pitch, dips low, ball 1. So similarly to the top of the 4th, the bottom of the 4th has been a wad of pitches awry of the zone. Ackert checks Johnston at second. Fry is at first. Wave and a miss on the breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the count.
This would be big here for Utica. They'll load them up. It'll be the 3rd time they've had the bases loaded today. If they're able to successfully do so.
1-1 is in the dirt off to Cesare's mitt. 2-1.
They cashed in their first time, scoring 3 runs on that bases loaded situation and scoring another run later on, and then ended up stranding 3 in the bottom of the 2nd. But now this might spell the end of the night for Ackert.
It will indeed. The Mohawks will make their first pitching change. We'll take a short break. We are in the bottom of the 4th. The Blue Sox have 2 on and none out, down 4. Stay with us. We are back here in the bottom of the fourth, and we have a new pitcher for Amsterdam. It's their second pitcher, first out of the bullpen. They've had a lot of bullpen activity in this game, but now they finally send in Andy Kai. Killian, talk about Andy.
Well, it's Kai's first appearance on the year for the Mohawks. He's from Taiwan, so one of the international players on this Amsterdam team. Coming in relief for Ackert. And he's not exactly inheriting the best situation. Nobody down, runners on first and second for the Blue Sox with a non-favorable count to Christian Cerrone.
Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Choose in Texas being played on the public address system. It's a favorite of the players. Last time the PA booth played it, a lot of the players in the dugout were singing along to it. It's one of the biggest hits of the year, so a favorite being piped in on a beautiful night. So Cerrone is back in, facing now Andy Kai. To reset, Johnston is at second and Fry is at first. Both have reached on walks. And Kai checks the lead runner. They both take off. Pitch outside. Snap throw down to third. And the ball bounces away into left field. And the Blue Sox get on the board after an errant throw to third base. After a steal, Johnston scores on the error, and it's now 8-5.
Well, that's one way to get runs in, and we've seen Utica actually score a number of runs this year off of errors. They only have 2 hits in this game, but they will gladly take that. It makes it a 3-run game with a runner on third and a favorable count to Cerrone.
The count is 3-1 to Cerrone. Fry is now at third. The pitch is up the middle, sneaks through to center, base hit, run scores. It's a 2-run game. Touching home is Fry, reaching first with an RBI, 1 base hit is Cerrone. He had to wait a long time to finish that at bat after a pitching change, but he finishes it strong.
And was there ever a time that was needed right there? That's a huge run there for Utica, as now the Flash comes back up to bat, and he's reached twice today, but walked both times.
Third plate appearance. He's also scored one of the now 6 runs for Utica. Pick of attempt towards first is not in time.
Still nobody down for Utica either.
Exactly. The opportunity is there for the Blue Sox to possibly tie it up. Flasher does represent the tying run, even though home runs haven't happened yet at Donovan Stadium. Runner takes off. Ball is in for a strike. Throw down to second. Late. And a stolen base for Christian Cerrone, his second of the game. And the Blue Sox have a runner in scoring position with none out in the fourth.
Well, catching stealers aren't exactly a strong point of Amsterdam this year. They've only caught 6 of the 24 headed into tonight, and Utica's definitely added a solid number onto that total.
So to Cesare being picked on by Cerrone, who's now leading off at second base. Count 0-1 to Flashner. Nubbed off the end of the bat and foul to home.
We've seen this a couple times tonight where Amsterdam's gotten in trouble and they haven't been able to get a couple of early outs. It's resulted in runs for the Blue Sox. This is a great time for that to happen right here.
Kai ready. 2-strike pitch. Foul to the left side. Beautiful sunset in left field and near the left field stands. The orange sun is setting right behind the luscious trees near the practice field. And it's a light orange to whitish blue in the sky. Absolutely gorgeous here in central New York. Another 0-2 is upstairs for ball 1 to Flash.
Quite humid to start out the day today, but all that moist air has kind of just worked its way out. Nice and dry. Like you said, just a beautiful night here for some Blue Sox baseball. as they try to tie this thing up here in the bottom of the fourth.
1-2 pitch. That's lifted into left field. Ezel makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, I don't think Flashner got everything on that one. It kind of looked like he kind of jammed it, and it ended up just getting popped there over to left. But Sweeney, who got hit and walked today, here will try to keep this run going for the Blue Sox. I mean, what a lengthy fourth inning this has been.
From the top of the fourth where the Mohawks took the lead to the bottom of the fourth where the Blue Sox have scored at least 2, it's been a lengthy inning. Kai wants to keep the length kind of around where it is by getting Sweeney out. Jack, in his 2 plate appearances prior to this, has been hit by a pitch and scored a run. He's also walked. Cerrone at second. Along the left field side and foul. Hit decently well, just mistimed a bit. Cerrone singled in a run on a bouncing ball up the middle and then stole a base against his below average caught stealing team in the Mohawks. Andy Kai with a 1-1 pitch. It is low for ball 2. Cerrone dekes but retreats to his station.
Yeah, the umpire took a hit off that wild pitch, but I think the umpire also might have saved the runner in advance in the third, because if he was not there, that ball would have completely gotten away. And it would have allowed Cerrone to advance to third. We know Cerrone's got speed on him. So a bit of a break there for the Mohawks.
And just one more thing about the weather. The wind is really not overpowering, just unlike what it was on Saturday. If you're listening to the broadcast, you can probably hear the wind in our microphones. It really was that windy, but wind not much of a factor tonight. Andy Kai ready. 2-1 to home. Served into right field. Coming in from second, Correa makes the catch, and a couple of harmless outs for the Blue Sox. And it brings up Justin Levine, who eyes his first hit of the game.
Utica's done a good job putting some damage back into this Amsterdam this Amsterdam pitching core. In the bottom of the fourth, looking to extend that here.
First pitch paints the corner for strike number 1. Cerrone is at second. He's stayed there ever since he stole that base. Flashner got the first out and a fly to left, and then a pop out to first base for Sweeney. 0-1. Misses the spot to level the count, 1-1. So already a successful bottom of the fourth, getting 2 runs on the board. The Blue Sox to kickstart a mid-game comeback is good, but see if they can get more with Cerrone in scoring position and make this inning, bottom of the fourth at least, better than good. 1-1 from Kai. That's low again, blocked by DeCesare. Had to do it a couple times this inning. The light standards have the lights on. We haven't had the stadium lights on just yet. Should be at least another inning or so before that happens. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Taiwanese pitcher is ready. Fires towards second on a pickoff attempt. Not there.
No, what are you waiting for?
Infield playing back. Outfield off to the left, thinking that it may be a pulled ball from Levine. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Strike 2. Good pitch from Kai. Around the same spot that his first strike was called in this at-bat.
Well, Morgan, it seems that somebody at the stadium crew heard your comment about the stadium lights being off because they are now on. If you look closely, you can see the actual field lights have now come on here in the bottom of the fourth.
Count is now full. If Levine reaches, which he has not done this game, he's hit a sack bunt, he struck out swinging, it would bring up Ian Wirtz, who's 0 for 2 himself. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 out, 1 on at second in the bottom of the fourth. Kai, glove at his chin. Fires home a 3-2. Guided on a hop to short. Throw is up the line and wide, and Cerrone waltzes home and scores. Levine dives into second base. It is 8-7.
Well, I'm a bit curious how many errors are going to be charged there. It looks like there was only 1 that got charged because the scoreboard read 3 errors on Amsterdam before this play.
The catcher, number 61, Ian Wirtz.
But Utica now only 1 run away from tying this one up with a runner in scoring position.
Second error of the game for James Houghton. Cerrone finally scoring that run. Here comes Wirtz. Wave and a miss for strike 1 to the catcher. Well, the tying run in this wild 4th inning is at second. This inning has taken a long time. Beneficial for both teams' offenses, of course. Oh, 1 pitch is stung in the left center field. Base hit. This could tie the game, but they're going to hold Levine at third base. The throw would have been close for sure if there was a wave around for Levine. So Wirtz with his first hit of the game, a single into Shetland left center. Now it's Connor Jones with 2 on and 2 out as this 4th inning rolls on.
Center fielder, number 1.
And what a roller coaster of an inning this has been for Utica. Reminds me a bit of that Senior Legion 7th inning between TC Arsenal and Senior Legion Junior Blue Sox squad.
That was Saturday afternoon. It ended 14-13 after it was crazy. That was a crazy game. This 4th inning bears some resemblance. Pickoff attempt towards first, not there. Again, a lot of pickoff attempts in this game, but none successful.
This inning has just completely continued to drag on and on, but I'm sure Utica doesn't mind right now crawling out of this hole.
Another pickoff attempt.
Oh, that one was close.
It was more close than the first one.
I think he maybe beat it by maybe 0.2 or 0.3 seconds.
First pitch hasn't been thrown in this at-bat to CJ. Kai finally deals. First one, strike 1. Connor 0-1. He's walked and scored a run and grounded out to shortstop. First and third occupied, 2 out, bottom 4, 8-7 Amsterdam. And Kai's 1-strike pitch. In the air, right center field, tie game! Scoring is Levine. Wirtz is into second. RBI single, Connor Jones. 8 combined hits, 8 combined runs in the inning for both sides. And the game is square at 8.
And just when you think the game can't get any crazier, that happens right there. And now, what a time for the X-Man to come up to bat.
Johnson was the first to hit in the inning. He reached on an error. And so now Smith is up. And if he reaches base, Fernsor would come up, meaning the Blue Sox have batted around in this 4th. First pitch, wayward, ball 1. This game has surprised 4-0 Blue Sox. It looked like Utica may cruise to a comfortable win and then completely turn around. The Mohawks work it well with the wood. They go up 8-4. It seemed like Amsterdam's got it, and now it's 8-8. In the air, right field, off first, moving over, just out of the reach of Mello. So it's a foul ball. It's 1-1.
And I'm sure Mello's going to want to have that one back. Could have gotten his team out of the side right there, but all of a sudden now Utica a new lease on life, and Smith has proved he can make contact against Kai.
And I think what's interesting is the errors for Amsterdam has cost them their lead, just like it cost Utica in the Boonville game. They've had 4 errors. The Blue Sox have been clean. Give them credit. No errors so far, at least called. Andy Kai fires home a 1-1 pitch. Tattooed in the air. Deep left field. Moving back is Ezel. And that ball is out of here for a home run. The X-Man, Xavier Smith. The first home run at Donovan Stadium this season. The Blue Sox take the lead. 11-8. Oh, wow.
This is a hard line drive that he just rockets out to left. Perfect contact. And the left fielder, Ezel, tries to go back for it, and then he just watches that one fly over his head. There was a point in this game that we thought Amsterdam was about to have the first home run of the season. That one fell just short, and the X-Man, who cleared the bases earlier, drives home another 3 runs, and the Blue Sox lead at 11-8.
Fernsler, after the home run, shows bunt with none on. Talk about that. 11 combined runs in the 4th inning, and we're still not done, Killian.
And how about another crazy stat? We're not even halfway through this game yet. Xavier Smith has been up 3 times. He has doubled, singled, and hit a home run, and he has 6 RBI, and we're not out of the 4th inning yet. Just absolutely ridiculous.
3/4 of the way to the cycle as well, Killian. 0-1 from Kai is outside.
And speaking of the cycle, if Fernsler is able to get on base here, it would bring up Andrew Johnston. He led off this inning.
Yeah. The cycle completely goes around. 10 hitters. 1-1 pitch, drops in, ball 2. Fernsler ended the 3rd inning as he hit a double play unassisted to Correa at second base. 2-1 pitch from Kai. Late on the swing, 2-2.
Well, you got to wonder what's going through Kai's head right now. I mean, you got to stay calm, but Blue Sox are way back in this game now. A 7-run bottom of the 4th, looking to add more.
Swung on a miss, struck him out, but an inning to remember for both sides, and a bottom of the 4th to frame. 7 runs in the bottom of the 4th for the Blue Sox. 11 combined runs in the inning for both sides. It turns out 11-8 Utica into the 5th. Crazy game. It'll get crazier, I'm sure. Stay with us.
fielder number 32, Aiden Dill.
Aiden Dill leads off the 5th inning after a wild 4th inning where the Blue Sox come back down 8-4 to lead by 3. Lucas Tucker still in the game, facing Dill. First pitch, slow in to the plate, and it's ball 1. Four, 5, and 6 for Amsterdam in this frame. That ball's hit well towards right field. Sweeney drifts over and looks up, and that ball goes for a home run.
So Smith hits a nuke, and then immediately following that, Aiden Dill says two can play that game, hits that one out to right. That one clanked off the top of the off the top of the batting cages out there. So that one had to have been at least 340.
Solo home run to right field for Aiden Dill. And now here comes Anthony DeCesare against Tucker. Lucas Tucker struggled in that 4th inning and now gives up a home run to lead off the 5th. The Blue Sox got to be careful they don't give this lead right back. Tucker was ineffective in the 4th. See if he can prove himself in the 5th, but the first batter wasn't encouraging.
I mean, you can never count out this Amsterdam team. Just, again, we've said this the whole game.
In the air, center field. No, it's actually closer to the infield. Fry makes the catch for the out.
You just look at their lineup. I mean, there's so many power hitters that they kind of just blend in with each other when it gets to a point, you know? Like, there's not really one specific person you can point to saying that's the guy, because they all could be the guy.
First baseman Robert Mello has reached on an infield single, is also grounded out to second. Bunt attempt. Fernsler springs off the bag. It goes foul. The 0-1 pitch from Tucker. Skied to right field. A beat on it, Sweeney. He puts it in his glove for out number 2.
Well, the Amsterdam dugout, you can tell after getting that first home run, they're amped up. You could hear them all yelling when that one got hit. Just didn't quite have the power on it that that first one from Dill had.
Tucker's had a good couple at bats getting easy outs after the home run, so he's rebounded nicely in this 5th inning. He holds a 2-run lead for the Blue Sox. First pitch is ball 1. McLaughlin is 2 for 2. 2 singles. One of them was on the infield. He's also driven in 1 run and scored one run. 1-0 pitch. Drive to right field and foul. Nearly bouncing into the parking lot, though there is a fence to protect all the automobiles. Just a note on the 4th inning, by the way, it was a 43-minute inning. The inning started 3 minutes past the hour. Nicked and fouled along home, 1 and 2. So that was a marathon inning. I don't have the stats in front of me officially, but I can safely assume that's the longest inning at Donovan Stadium this season and likely the longest inning of the year for the Blue Sox. Time-wise and batter-wise. 1-2. On the ground to third base. Fernsler picks it up calmly, whips the throw to first in time. And Tucker, after allowing the home run, settles down and gets 3 batters out consecutively. We are through 4.5 innings, 11-9 Blue Sox. Andrew Johnston leads off in the bottom of the 5th for the Utica Blue Sox, who lead 11-9. Thank you so much for listening or watching or tuning into this game in any way you can to support the Blue Sox and all these amazing players and staff. If you're missing the NBA Finals, early on, middle of the first quarter, the Spurs lead the Knicks 19-9 in Game 3. So there's your little update in the finals. But we got a great baseball game, so don't turn away. First pitch to Johnston. He's got it in there for a strike. Andy Kai is still on the mound despite his rough 4th inning for Amsterdam. The 1-strike pitch. There's a wave and a miss, 0-2.
And Morgan, I know you were talking about time of specific innings back there in the top of the 5th, but now that we've entered the sort of second half of this game, so to speak, here in the bottom of the 5th inning, this game has been going now for 2 hours and 8 minutes, and we've just entered the second half, I guess, technically.
0-2 pitch into the other batter's box, 1-2 to Johnston.
So you might want to grab a blanket and a pillow. This might be a long one here tonight as these teams keep hitting in the way they are. 11-9, Utica with the lead.
Kai rocks on the mound, fires home a 1-2 pitch. Line drive on the ground. Kai throws it over to first for the out. So a 1-3 retirement of Johnston. Now here is Caden Fry. He has reached on an error and a walk. He scored 1 run. First pitch from Kai is watch for ball 1 outside. The 1-ball pitch, and there's a hit by pitch of Caden Fry. So he has reached base every single time, and none on hits.
Left fielder number 4, Christian Cerrone.
Here comes Christian Cerrone, right in the middle of that electric 4th inning. Cerrone has reached on a fielder's choice. He has stolen 2 bases. He's had an RBI single. He's also scored 1 run.
Cerrone tonight was part of that big rally the Blue Sox had in the bottom of the 4th, now coming up with 1 down here in the bottom of the 5th. And I'm sure he's going to have a ton of confidence after he got a hit off of Kai.
Due up is Flashner, and then Sweeney if it gets to it. Runner on at first. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. His day turns to night. Nice block by DeCesare, 1-0. Do you think it's more important, Killian, for the Blue Sox to keep adding on with more runs or keep getting quality pitching outings to keep this game right where it is? What do you think is more realistic?
I think more realistic is getting more runs on the board, because when you're playing against an offense as good as Amsterdam's is, I mean, Amsterdam has not gotten shut out in an inning since the top of the 1st. You're going to have to score a ton of runs to beat them. And for Utica, I think that's the more reasonable expectation here, especially with what we've seen them do in the bottom of the 4th.
Pickoff attempt towards first is late. Christian Cerrone, right-handed hitter, settles back into the batter's box, waving that bat slowly on his right shoulder. He waits for a 2-ball pitch from Kai. Runner takes off. Ball is low. Throw down to second. Misses the mark. And another error for Amsterdam. Make it 5 on that throw towards second base. And Caden Fry is into third.
Well, we'll see if they end up ruling that an error officially on the scoreboard. And yep, there they go. They just did. So that's the 5th error on the night for Amsterdam, reminiscent of the Blue Sox against Boonville. And it kind of proves a theme that you can't really win a game, even if your hitting's elite, when you're making 5 errors. Because right now, Utica has capitalized off those completely. It's given them free base runners in scoring position. It's let them score a couple of runs.
That's the 2nd error for DeCesare in this game. 2 errors by the catcher. And 2 errors at shortstop. And 1 error at third for Amsterdam. 3-1 pitch. Dropped in there for a strike, 3-2.
We're seeing Kai get a lot of good motion on these pitches here as of late. He's definitely starting to get more into form. And for Amsterdam, I think you're going to be excited here to see what he can do for you for the rest of the year.
Cerrone gets hit with a 3-2 pitch. And it's 2 on with 1 out in the 5th. That is the 3rd time in 3 plate appearances that Cerrone has reached base. Now here comes Flashner. He's walked twice and flew out to left. 0-1.
4th time around now for Utica here in the bottom of the 5th. But, I mean, of course, just as I say that he's getting good motion on his pitches, just one of them doesn't curve properly and ends up going plunking right in the Cerrone. Maybe I'm the jinx.
Announcer jinx? Killian? Possibly? Maybe? Probably? Yes.
I have a wood stool next to me, so I just knocked on that just to make sure.
Motion at first and a steal of second base for Cerrone. That is his 3rd steal of the game.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we can really say it. Cerrone's speedy, and it's a great job by him anticipating that the catcher wasn't going to be expecting him to go. He got a great jump. So now 40 pitches for Kai.
1-0 pitch is dropped in there for a strike, 1-1. How far do you think Andy Kai is going to go in this game for Amsterdam? What do you think, Killian?
I would expect here if Utica gets a run, and this might be the end of his night. You got motion up in the bullpen. Now at the 41 pitches with this most recent pitch.
1-1 is in the air towards left field. That drops in for a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes the run from second. The throw to the plate. He's out. So the Blue Sox get 1, but can't get Christian Cerrone home. Caden Fry scores. It is now 12-9. RBI single for Flashner. First RBI of the game for him. Brings up Jack Sweeney now.
Utica might be getting a little greedy there. You can't underestimate the throws from Mizo. And that was a great throw. Certainly beat the runner down, and the umpire calls that the catcher got the tag off in time. And so that
I think that was the right call at home. It was pretty close, but he looked like he just got him.
I agree. I think that was the correct call.
First pitch is ball 1. Of course, the home crowd doesn't like it, but looked to be a decent call to me, especially no protest from the Blue Sox dugout. Confirms our suspicions.
I definitely don't envy the job these umpires have to do. I think
on the ground, in the hole at shortstop, fired on to second for the force out. And that retires the 5th inning. The Blue Sox do get a run on the board and maintain that 3-run lead they had at the end of the 4th. 12-9 into the 6th we go in Utica. We return here in the top of the sixth, and before we get to the new pitcher for the Blue Sox, just a wrap-up of that second out on the call at home as Cerrone was tagged out at home plate by DeCesare. What did you see, Killian?
Well, we took another look at it during the break, and my takeaway from that is what an incredible throw there by Andrew Ezel. I mean, he completely places this ball in the perfect spot, doesn't make the catcher have to work to make the tag, and it's a beautiful throw. Beats the runner home, and it's placed so well that all the catcher really has to do is just move his arm like 2 inches to the left, and he makes the tag.
Jordan Perry is in the batter's box. First pitch slash foul to the left side, and talk about the new pitcher for the Blue Sox.
Well, it's the Honolulu, Hawaii native Kobayashi for the Blue Sox, and I think they're going to be expecting big things out of him today.
0-1 pitch is in the air towards right center field. Jones drifts over to his left and places the ball in the mitt for out number one. So 2 pitches for Kobayashi and 1 away.
And the last time we saw him was against Mohawk Valley on Kids Day Out. Pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 earned run, and 2 wild pitches, walked a batter, and struck out 1 batter.
First pitch, ball 1 to Marcus Brem. He has cleared the bases on a triple, scored a run. He's also struck out looking. 1 for 2. Nice contact to short and under the glove of Flashner, and that's the first error of the game for the Blue Sox. So 1 on with 1 out.
Number 15, James Houghton.
Here comes James Houghton. He's been busy. He has walked, advanced, and then scored on 2 wild pitches. He's also hit an RBI single and stolen 1 base. Kobayashi in his second appearance this season. Both have come at home. 0-1 pitch is outside for ball 1. In Kobayashi's first appearance of the season, 2 innings pitched against Mohawk Valley, 1 earned run, struck out 1. 1-0, runner takes off, throw is in time to second, got him out! A seed from Wirtz. And there is now 2 out in the inning as Ian Wirtz erases Marcus Brem.
Yeah, Brem thought he could get a good jump on that one. Was looking to steal a second base of the game.
Swing and a miss, 2-1 on Houghton.
So it's a little stat line about the Xavier Smith home run. Coming into tonight, only 1 home run was hit against Amsterdam this season.
It's 3-1 now.
So Smith joining a pretty exclusive club, one might say.
And if you stay with us in the game, we have a cycle watch going on with Smith. 3-1 pitch, catches the edge. 3-2 from Kobayashi.
This would mark the first time that Utica hasn't conceded a run since the first inning.
3-2 pitch is high for ball 4, so the hopes of getting at least a run on the board for the Mohawks is alive, and now the lineup turns over to the top for Tyler Correa. He has popped out to third base. He has walked and scored a run, and he's flown out to deep, deep left field. That was the ball that was almost gone for a home run, but caught by Cerrone right at the padding. First pitch is inside for a ball. So now Houghton has reached every plate appearance in this game. Single and 2 walks. Kobayashi spins towards first with a pickoff attempt, not in time. Ian Wirtz with his best throw of the season towards second base to catch Marcus Brem stealing. which means there's only one man on base. Swing and a miss, 1-1. One pitch. Strike 2. So Kobayashi is attempting to pitch a scoreless 6th inning for the Blue Sox, which, as Killian mentioned earlier in the frame, would be the first scoreless inning since the first. To left field, base hit. Now first and second, and Amsterdam simply refuses to go away in any inning. That's the first hit of the game for Correa. Sorry, Killian, go ahead.
Well, this is why we said that it's more realistic for Utica to keep tacking on insurance runs than it is for them to expect Amsterdam's offense to just lay down and die, because they won't. I mean, they have so many hitters on this team that's going to be really hard to hold them off the board, and I think Utica is kind of confronting that reality right now.
Runners got their leads at first and second, 2 down, top 6, 12-9 game in favor of the Utica Blue Sox. First pitch, jumped on into left center field, base hit. No throw to home. It's a 12-10 game. And for the 5th consecutive inning, Amsterdam scores at least 1 run, and both teams are in double digits, and we haven't reached the bottom of the 6th yet.
Well, you talk about a wacky game. This is certainly would qualify as the definition of that.
Scoring was Houghton on that single. Here is Rivera. Compared to some other hitters, he's been decently quiet in this game. First pitch on the corner for a strike. To be more specific, he has grounded out to shortstop. He's struck out swinging and given tacos to everybody, and he's grounded into fielder's choice. So for a guy who's such a threat in the game, he's been noticeably absent. But again, one swing could totally change things. Doesn't swing there on that pitch. It's 1-1. On base is Correa at second base, and Ezel is at first. Count 1-1 from Kobayashi. The pitch is outside. 2-1.
It's going to be a bit of a gut check here for Utica. Trying to get ahead like this, you get those 2 quick outs. Now you got some hits allowed. What do they have in the tank here to try to get out of this and not let Amsterdam tie this one up?
Runners take off. That's a strike. Throw down to third. There's another strike. And the ball just got out of the glove of Fernsler at third, and both runners are safe. Wow. That was really close. So a double steal for Amsterdam, and now the tying runs are in scoring position. Can Kobayashi finally quell the threat here and keep it to just 1 run in the top of the 6th? Or will this game continue to turn on its head? The 2-2 offering. Here it comes. Is low, ball 3. Full count pitch. To left center field, Jones makes the catch, and that retires the side. Kobayashi strands 2, but allows 1 run. We're through 5.5. 12-10 Blue Sox. How crazy is this game, Ben? Well, here it is in stat form. We've had 22 runs, 18 hits, 11 walks, 7 strikeouts, 6 errors, 2 home runs, a 43-minute-long fourth inning, 1 set of free tacos, and a partridge in a pear tree. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Blue Sox batting up 12-10. First pitch is low for a ball, and though we suspected that Andy Kai would be out of the game, he is not. Interesting decision for Amsterdam, Killian.
Well, Amsterdam, they clearly have confidence in their pitchers. It's the second pitcher that we've seen go deep into a pitch count. Now at 54.
There was strike one, and I think that confidence just more has to do with the length of these pitchers and less to do with run prevention. Let's be honest, there's been 22 runs. The pitching hasn't been good. But Kai trying to work an effective 6th and give Amsterdam a chance to come back in the 7th. There's a strike. Infield playing back on this 1-2 pitch. Call for strike 3, rung him up. And there's one gone in the home 6th inning.
The catcher, number 61, Ian Wirtz.
Here comes Ian Wirtz. He is singled, lined out with the base loaded to 3rd, and he struck out swinging. 1 for 3. And Kai's first pitch to him is waved at and missed, 0-1. Well, the night is almost completely dark, but there is still an orange and blue smattering of light to our left, though not particularly visible if you're looking straight on into the field. But a gorgeous night. Wind is not really picked up at all. Backed in there for a ball from Kai. Just an absolutely gorgeous Monday evening here in early June.
Usually it'll be in the 8th or 9th inning that we get complete pitch blackness, but
may come earlier given the length of this game, I would say, right?
Absolutely.
Line out to shortstop, 2 down. Wirtz is retired, second line out for him in this game. This one an L6, and now it's Connor Jones. He's hit an RBI single. He's walked and scored a run, and he's grounded out to short. So here is CJ in the box, facing Kai. First pitch, shows bunt, takes a strike.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting outing for Kai today. He's not had the most effective performance out there on the mound, but he hasn't exactly, I'd say, pitched poorly either. He's been able to strike batters out. He's shown good velocity. The commentators jinx there. Strikes again as we get a wild pitch that flies out to the backstop.
It's bound to happen, Killian. We are witches. One ball and one strike. The count. And the throw to home. Off the corner for ball 2 to Connor Jones. This game will certainly reach the 3-hour mark. We're at 9:20. The game started 6:46 p.m. 2-1. 3-1 now, just off the edge. And this game could go on for a lot longer than that. A 12-10 game. There has not been one inning where both teams did not score. Most innings, the last 2.5, by the way, both teams have scored at least 1 run in each half. Kai wants to break that trend, and he helps his case as the count changes to 3-2 now.
This would be an enormous 1-2-3 inning here for Kai. really get that momentum back for Amsterdam that they might be starting to lose a little bit.
Base is empty, 2 down in the bottom of the 6th on the full count pitch. He is feathered over to second, collected and thrown to first for out number 3. We're through 6 innings. The Blue Sox lead the Mohawks in a wild contest, 12-10. Stay with us.
We're back here for the 7th inning of play, and Aiden Dill leads off, and Utica would rather forget what he did last time he was up, hit a rocket out to right field that gave Amsterdam some momentum after they gave up 7 runs in the bottom of the 4th. That was the only run that Amsterdam managed to put up in that side as he starts with the first pitch outside for a ball. Dill has had an interesting day. He has doubled, sacrificed flied, and homered. Him and Xavier Smith kind of battling for that MVP of the game title. Both of them have been standouts for each side. As he faces Kobayashi here for a second time. He flies this one out to left, and that'll drop fair for a base hit and then take another weird bounce. And so it'll be a double for Aiden Dill. So faces Kobayashi twice and gets a hit off him both times. This time, doubles. So here comes the catcher, Anthony DeCesare. He's been kept quiet tonight. He's flown out, grounded out, and flown out again. DeCesare, coming into tonight, was expected to do quite the opposite for the Mohawks. With 8 hits, 3 homers. One of their stronger hitters, but he struggled tonight as he takes the first pitch from Kobayashi down the middle for a strike.
Every single batter in both lineups have reached base at some point. Not everyone's got a hit. Most do, though. It has been an offensive game from the start, and the 12-10 score reflects that.
I mean, there's not many other ways you could describe it other than chaos.
It has been chaos, especially that 4th inning. I mean, that should be on the year-end highlight reel with how crazy it was, especially the bottom of the frame, if you're a Blue Sox fan.
It's always the inconspicuous random innings that always give you the craziest moments, it feels like. As now here's 0-2 to DeCesare. Kobayashi steps off, and he will make sure Aiden Dill can't get a jump there on second. Infielders in just at first base. Short and third and second all at regular depth, and outfielders all playing in their normal positions. That one's lined up the middle. That'll fall for a base hit. Rounding third is Dill, and he will choose not to go home at the last second. Would have easily been thrown out at home, so a good decision there by the Amsterdam third base coach to keep him there. But the hits keep coming. Make that number 13 on the night for Amsterdam, who have now nearly doubled up Utica's total. So here's Robert Mello. Mello is grounded out, flown out, and singled on the night so far. It's been an interesting game for everybody. Mello part of the hit party, which has been rocking ever since the bottom of the first. As he waves at that one for strike one. And he will prepare to face the 0-1. Runners at the corners for Amsterdam. The pitch, that one's fouled back, and that one does get through. For the first time this season, we have a foul ball that got through that little gap between the net and the roof.
It clanked off the roof and went into the first row. So if you want a foul ball at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field and you want to sit right in front of home plate, go in the first row.
Getting checked up on first base there was DeCesare. He will be held there on the pickoff attempt. 0-2 here. Coming to Robert Mello. And that one's outside 1-2. Amsterdam trying to tie this game up. So have plenty of batters coming up with nobody down, but they'd like to drive a run in here. So here comes the 1-2 to Mello. Mello hits this one, high fly ball into left field. Coming under is Cerrone. He makes the catch. The runner tags at third, and he will head home. And might get tagged out there. No, they rule him safe.
It was the correct call. The throw was just a little late, but it was much closer. Nice throw by Cerrone.
Yeah, I initially thought when he was coming in, that throw wouldn't have a chance at beating him, and it kind of just didn't lose the velocity like I was expecting it would. And it ended up getting in and making it a close play, but regardless, it's 12-11. As Aiden Dill makes his way home. So Robert Mello, after flying out, will bring up Christian McLaughlin. And McLaughlin hits this one, and it bobbles off the first baseman, Levine, and no throw will happen. So reaching on the error is Christian McLaughlin.
That is a very tough error at first base. The Blue Sox were playing such good defense for most of the game, while Amsterdam put up 5 errors, and now they have the last 2 errors, and that opens the door for Amsterdam. Both teams can get out of their own way when it comes to defense.
Utica usually the team that has more in the errors category, but not tonight. They've done better in that regard in the field, but that one's certainly going to sting as it gives Amsterdam more life. Here's the pitch. That one is outside for a ball.
And an update in the PGCBL talked about the 2 games going on in the Eastern Division earlier in the telecast, and we'll give you a little update after this 1-0 pitch.
This is Jordan Perry. He's tripled and singled and grounded out on the night, so another big hitter as he swings at that one and fouls it off the clubhouse roof.
Socrates and Glens Falls are playing at East Field. We're in the bottom of the 8th at 6-4 Stallions. Bottom of the 8th as well in Mohawk Valley Oneonta game. The Outlaws lead the Diamond Dogs 5-1.
So here's the 1-1. That one swung on, and it's scooped up at second. The throw, the second is in time. The throw, the first isn't, but they will get at least 1 runner. So runners onto the corners, and now 2 down as Perry reaches there.
And Caden Fry made a underrated play at second base. That ball took a very high bounce, and Fry recovered and got the force out at second. That is an underrated play. So right after the error at first, the Blue Sox avoid an error and make a really great defensive play at second base. Nice job by Fry.
Let's also bring up Marcus Brame. He's tripled on the night as well and reached on an error and struck out. So just when you think that you're getting out of the big hitters and you're getting right back into them. They have just so many people with power on this team. Only one of them able to hit it out of the park tonight, which is impressive as very hitter-unfriendly Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. Closest it gets is 315 out to left, and that's where Xavier Smith hit his home run earlier tonight for the Blue Sox. Their first at home on the year. 1-1, 2 down, 12-11 Utica lead in the bottom of the seventh, in a game that has just been complete chaos from the very beginning. The pitch. And that one's taken low in the dirt for a ball. Some creative heckling from the fans.
Best fans in the world.
And he crushes this one out to left field. Moving on back is Cerrone, and he will watch it bounce off the wall. 1 run will score. The second run comes around, and he will score. And so coming all the way home there for Amsterdam will be DeCesare and Perry. So the heckling does not work, and it will give 2 runs for Amsterdam. They lead this one 13-12. And we said it, we knew Brame had the power. He tripled earlier tonight, and he doubles this time. That one could have so easily gotten out of here. He just had a little more mustard on that. And this one is hit into the gap in right center. It'll fall for a base hit and will be fielded cleanly, but 1 run will score. Amsterdam goes back ahead. They lead 14-12.
And it is now official. The Blue Sox pitchers have allowed the most runs they have all season long when they've scored the most runs they've had all season long. I mean, is there any other way to put it that the pitching is severely disappointed tonight, Killian? I mean, the Blue Sox had a pretty strong lead. They had a 3-run lead, and it's completely evaporated.
Not to mention the 4-run lead they had at the end of the first inning.
It's been a wild game, and it just doesn't... I understand that Amsterdam is a great offense, but giving up 14 runs just isn't good.
So Amsterdam trying to keep prolonging this. 2 outs for Utica. This one is going to miss 2-0. This is Tyler Correa at bat. He is singled twice and flown out on the night. The pitch. That misses high, 3-0. And Correa here on the verge of getting on base once again. Utica infield playing at normal depth, outfield playing somewhat shallow. And Correa takes a 4-pitch walk, and so he will make his way on to first base. And I'll drive James Houghton on the second. So a mountain visit now for Utica. I wouldn't be too shocked here if this is the end of the road for Kobayashi. Waiting to see if they open up the bullpen door and release anyone. Right now it doesn't look like they will. But Morgan, if you were the manager here, if you're Doug Dillette, what do you do?
I would make a pitching change. Kobayashi's been ineffective. They're talking to him right now. It doesn't look to be... It looks to be a mound visit, and they've got several pitchers active, or I think at least one, excuse me. And they're keeping Kobayashi in, and certainly interesting decision after his rough inning right now.
So the pitch count getting up there for Kobayashi on the night. Sitting at 44. And so here comes Andrew Ezel. And Ezel has walked on the night and struck out looking. Opportunity to drive in an insurance marker, which with how this game has been, how much of an insurance marker it might be comes into question with how many lead changes we've seen from multi-score leads getting evaporated, but
Listen, the Blue Sox could totally come back in this bottom of the 7th inning the way this game is seesawed.
Amsterdam here seeking the tack on a couple more. That pitch misses, and quickly falling behind is Kobayashi, 2-0. Aiden Dill is in the 4th spot for Amsterdam. There's one more batter left after Ezel before we get back to Dill, and we go all the way around. So 2-1 to Ezel. Runners on second and first. Infield in on the right side. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 2, and now opportunity for Kobayashi to get out of the inning. Two and two. The pitch is going to get away, and so they try to get him at third. Do they get him? No, they don't. He's safe. A close call there, but sliding into third safe is James Houghton. Advancing on the wild pitch, and now runners on the corners, and the count has run full to Andrew Zell. And the strange game gets even stranger. Two outs, 3-2, 14-12 the score. Amsterdam with the lead. The pitch, runner goes, struck him out. And Kobayashi gets out of the side, but not before the damage is done. Amsterdam puts up 4 in the top of the 7th. They lead 14-12 when we come back. We welcome you back here to Utica Blue Sox baseball. It's 14-12 Amsterdam. They lead the Blue Sox following a 4-run top of the 7th. which saw Amsterdam come back from a 2-run deficit and put up an extra run. Here comes the X-Man, Xavier Smith. And Smith, an opportunity to hit for the cycle right here. He's homered, doubled, and singled. Needs a tripper here to cement this good game, facing a new pitcher in Geschewitz, whose first pitch curves in for a strike.
So if Smith reaches base on a triple, it would be the first cycle of the year for the Blue Sox. That would be remarkable in a game that's already been crazy killing.
Well, Smith quickly falls behind 0-2, so he's got a bit of work to do to get out of this hole. A fan suggests him to lock in. Sometimes the fans have helpful suggestions, sometimes they don't. The 0-2, fouled off. He fights that one away. That was kind of just let me stay in this at-bat type of swing from Smith. The X-Man on the night is 3 for 3. It's the 4th time around the order for Utica. And that one dances and gets away.
Triple is always the hardest to get in a cycle. It's the most uncommon hit in baseball. But Smith has already gotten the home run out of the way in a ballpark that had no home runs hit in it this season up until this game. And the single and the double are out of the way. So see if he can get a pitch he likes.
And the pitching so far has been really good from Geschewitz on this at-bat. Someone's balloon pops in the crowd, but
we had some water balloons earlier today. We had a water balloon and water gun fight between the players and the interns earlier today, which was a whole lot of fun to participate in.
So now the 1-2 to Smith. That one's outside for ball 2. But I'm having trouble identifying what type of pitch that Geschewitz is throwing here. I don't want to misidentify it, but it's definitely moving quite a bit, and he's been spamming it against Smith, and it's been really effective so far. That one gets down low for the 3-2, so now the count goes full. Smith trying to reach base for the 4th time tonight. He's 3 for 3. The pitch, Smith makes good contact, and this one will fall foul. Oh, that one was in the position where that could have gotten him that triple if that had fallen fair.
That was more likely to be a double killing if that was fair, but given that was in right field, if Smith was moving with all of his might trying to advance to third, he could have gotten there because the throw would have to be across the field like an Ichiro throw in Oakland. Like he would have had to make an absolute dart. So that was the opportunity for Smith, but see if he can find another one.
So Smith will face the full count once again. Geschewitz here trying to get him down. Smith fouls that one off, stay alive in the at-bat. So the infielders all playing slightly deeper than normal besides first, which is standing maybe a step or two behind normal depth. The 3-2. And that one misses, and so Smith's on base for the 4th time tonight, this time in the form of a walk. So Xavier Smith has now reached base 4 times, and every time in a different way. Unless you consider the home run not reaching base, but
he is. You have to go around the bases for it to count, so you're on base. He didn't stay on base for very long, but he was there. And I think now for the Blue Sox, not just Smith's prolific getting on base streak this game, but that brings up the tying run in the 7th. Another comeback attempt could be coming for the Blue Sox in a game where it feels like every time the other team is behind, it's a comeback attempt. because the offenses have been so great in this game.
Geshowitz yet to record his first out on the night, but he's been throwing hard balls just like that one. That got fouled down the third baseline, 0-2.
And it is official at 9:46. This game is now a 3-hour game.
The top of the seventh certainly didn't help with that. It was quickening up after that insane fourth inning, and then the top of the seventh happened as swinging and missing and going down on strikes is Bowden Fernsler. So here comes Andrew Johnston. And Johnston's had himself an interesting night. He's struck out, walked, and grounded out.
Andrew Johnston. Johnston's your PK fly guy. He gets an RBI and on the 10 goes home to coupons for free drive courtesy of Burger King.
So runner on first here for Johnston. It's Smith. And the first pitch misses for a ball. Fans making sure they get involved. One 0. That one misses 2-0 now. Johnston getting ahead on the count. And if you're Johnston here, do you think you try to draw the walk if this count gets to 3-0, or do you think you try to put the bat on the ball and put this one in play, just see what happens, especially with how Amsterdam's done the field tonight? As he fouls that one away, 2-1.
Well, to answer your question, Killian, I think a walk is more likely because there's been a lot of base on balls for both teams in this game. And so I think it's likely for Johnston that he'd reach a 3-ball count in some fashion, 3-1 or 3-2, and I think it's more likely than not that that pitch would be outside.
Two one coming. And he holds off on a called strike, 2-2. So Johnston in the DH position. Just trying to extend this one. Smith takes off. That one is grounded, and that would have been a possible double play ball if Smith didn't go there. So Smith will be able to, I don't know if that would be credited with as stealing the base or a fielder's choice situation, but regardless, Smith will advance as the 6-3 ground out for Johnston. This brings up Caden Fry. Fry has scored twice tonight. He's walked, gotten hit by a pitch, then reached on an error. He has Smith in scoring position on second. Blue Sox trail by 2 outs, in a game that's been now going for 3 hours and 3 minutes in the bottom of the seventh. Fry watches the first pitch there, down the middle for a strike, 0-1. Utica seems to go through their hitting in spurts today, Morgan, where they'll have one, as that one is crushed foul. They'll have one inning where they score 4 or 7 runs, and then they'll just struggle to get runs on the board during the rest of them. And it's been the exact opposite for Amsterdam, who has scored in every inning besides the top of the first. That one misses 1-2. So Caden Fry trying to keep the inning alive for Utica and drive a run in. Pitch Fry. Misses 2-2. So Fry with Smith at second. Looking to reach base for the for the fourth time tonight, and his fourth time at the plate. hoping it doesn't come in the form of a hit by pitch, but I'm sure the Blue Sox would take it at this point. That one is low, and the count has run full once again. So Caden Fry, 3-2, 2 down. Xavier Smith in scoring position at second. Outfield skewed to the left. The pitch misses, ball 4. Fry will walk for the first time tonight and reach base for the 4th time tonight. So here's Christian Cerrone.
Left fielder number 4, Christian Cerrone.
With 2 runners on base, trying to drive home a run or 2. Hoping to tie this one up. We've reached football score territory. This one sits at 14-12.
14-13 and 14-14 are pretty common football scores.
I mean, I guess if there's a lot of field goals, you would see 14-12, or maybe some bad kickers but good quarterbacks. That first pitch missed for a ball.
This is not a common hockey score. I don't think I've ever seen a 14-12 hockey score, I'll tell you that.
I will tell you, I have, but it was in like an 8U game, and I don't know if you can really count those.
No National Hockey League games I've seen.
Yeah, I don't think the National Hockey League gets this high.
And in the NBA, this is a first quarter score. And a segue, in the finals, a huge second period for the Knicks. They lead the Spurs 64-57 at half. If they win, they take a 3-0 series lead. No team has blown a 3-0 series lead in the NBA. Back to baseball, though, Killian.
Swinging through that one for a strike to make it 1-2 there was Cerrone. Cerrone on the night has reached base all 3 times he came up. He got hit by a pitch, singled, and reached on an error, so similar to Caden Fry. The 1-2 is chopped to third, fielded cleanly. The throw is accurate and will beat out Cerrone. So that retires the side. No damage done by the Blue Sox. They trail by 2. Amsterdam looking to add more to the lead when we come back, top of the 8th. So a new pitcher in for the Blue Sox for the top of the 8th. It's Anthony Sangatalgo for Utica. And Morgan, what do you got on Anthony?
Well, Anthony Sangataldo is making his first appearance for the Utica Blue Sox this season.
So a bit of a new face here as he comes up to face Gabriel Rivera, who has been dead silent tonight. A ground out, a strikeout, grounded into a fielder's choice, and a flyout. So Vinny Sangatalgo prepares his first delivery facing Gabriel Rivera. The pitch. High and inside for a ball, 1-0.
Vinny is a Caldwell, New Jersey native. So making his debut, make that a Medford, New Jersey native. He goes to Caldwell for college. Stands at 6'1".
Rivera takes that one in there for a strike. 1-1. Rivera's had an uncharacteristic off night, hasn't reached yet. As he jams that one off his foot. 1-2. Blue Sox just trying to roll through these Amsterdam batters quickly. But it's been a bit of a struggle for them tonight. Haven't had a scoreless inning defensively since the top of the first. Infielders playing a little wide in the middle. Outfielders playing in their normal positions. Here's the 1-2. The pitch. That one's chopped fair. It's fielded by Sangatalgo, and he does not throw him out. He's safe at first. Close play, but Rivera beats it out, gets an infield single, his first hit on the night. And I think now this officially means everybody has reached base. He was the last one.
My apologies for saying that everybody had. It was close, though.
I mean, if we're rounding up, then...
Yeah, but 20 out of 20 now.
So now here's Aiden Dill. He homered already tonight. And he doubled and doubled again. So Dill has been an active batter. Been able to hit some big ones tonight off these Blue Sox pitchers. Vinny trying to get him out. Thinking about stealing there was Rivera. Got a bit of a lead, then changed his mind. Entering tonight, Dill had no home runs and had a .292 average. He has most certainly added onto that stat line in this game so far. As he watches that one outside now, Sangatalgo trying to avoid a 4-pitch walk. The 3-0. And that one misses, so a 4-pitch walk dished out to Dill. He makes it on base for the 4th time tonight. And Anthony DeCesare now comes up, the catcher. He was pretty quiet up until the 7th inning where he singled and scored a run. One of the 14 runs on the night for this Amsterdam squad. It is pitch black here in Utica. Sun went down about maybe 35 to 40 minutes ago. This game is now at 3 hours and 14 minutes, and there's still 2 whole innings to play following this one.
And extra innings is a possibility.
I mean, in a game like this, I don't think you can rule anything out. There's a bit of a mound visit here. Crowd gradually starting to thin, but there's some people who seem to be sticking it out for the long haul. on this Monday night in downtown Utica. So 1-0 is the count to the Cesare. At first is Dill, at second is Rivera. Both take leads. Rivera took a bit of a larger one as the pitch catches the outside edge for a strike, 1-1. So maybe a bit of a conference here with the third base coach here from the Cesare. PA announcer responds with the Jeopardy theme. Now that the Jeopardy theme has completed, just in time for the Cesare to step back in the box. He faces the 1-1. The pitch, and the Cesare showed bunt, didn't make contact 1-2. This ball game has certainly had it all tonight. Still have 88 viewers on our live stream. We thank you all for tuning in, and we really hope you've enjoyed this chaotic game that I would argue might make a run at Game of the Year in terms of runs and crazy stuff happening. There's a bunt from the Cesare, and it's fielded cleanly, and the throw to first in time gets the out, but the runners advance in the scoring position. So the first batter is retired here in the top of the 8th. Sacrifice bunt there from the Cesare. Two runners in scoring position. Infield all the way in here for Robert Malo. Malo swings at this one. It bounces over to first baseman for a base hit. One run comes home. Following suit is Aiden Dill. He is also safe, and it is 16-12 Amsterdam.
It is more the same for the Mohawk lineup. They are dominating the pitchers for the Blue Sox, plain and simple, from the second inning on.
Mohawk Valley has, the Mohawks have just put on an offensive clinic tonight. 17 hits and 16 runs. Even with 5 errors, they still lead. That one fouled off. Attempting to steal, there was a Malo, but he was unable to get there. This is Christian McLaughlin at home plate right now. He singled twice, grounded out, and reached on an error before getting stuck in a fielder's choice situation and being the chosen one to get put out. Owen 1 to McLaughlin. Outfielders in their normal position. The pitch swung on. It bounces, fielded cleanly at short. The throw to first is in time, and the runner stays on the bag. 2 down.
And here is a final update of the two games that were going on along with this one tonight. Oneonta held on to beat Mohawk Valley 5-1, and Socrates defeated Glens Falls 6-4. So the next opponent for the Utica Blue Sox, Killian, just taking a look at the schedule after this game ends at some point in the schedule.
As that one's chopped to first, fielded cleanly there by Levine. He will take it himself to the bag. And so that retires the side, but not before Amsterdam adds on a couple more. They haven't been shut out in an inning since the top of the first. That continues to be true. They lead 16-12 with 17 hits in the game following 7.5 innings of play. Don't go anywhere. 7.5 innings down. Utica now up for the bottom of the 8th.
Number 5, Michael Flashner.
And the Flash is back up to bat, his 5th time up today. He walked, flew out, and grounded into a fielder's choice.
And the Blue Sox have a tough task, Killian, down 4.
Well, Flash starts it off by fouling that one back 0-1. But you're right to say it's a tall order here for Utica. However, they were down by 4 in the bottom of the 4th, and they came back from that and went up by 3 before Amsterdam climbed back and took the lead right back from them. They lead this one now 16-12.
Just an update on the schedule thing that I talked about before. The Blue Sox, no rest for the wary. They will not have an off day until June 12th. They'll be on the road at Boonville and Amsterdam, 2 teams that they've played in the last 2 games.
That pitch curves up and outside and misses. It's been a game for the Blue Sox that their hitting has shown up, and they've put up 12 runs, but they just haven't gotten the help defensively. Allowing 16 and going down swinging is the Flash. And he is the first out.
If the Blue Sox don't come back, they will be under 500 for the first time since the opening game of the season. And for a team that made the playoffs, Killian, it has to be a tough start now on a 3-game losing streak if they don't come back here. This team has a lot of talent, and they could totally go on a run again, but it's a disappointing game for them.
That one is hit sharply into left center before being easily handled there by Dill.
I will say their offense has certainly been strong all season long. That was the strength of their team last year, and it's continued. And so there is always, the Blue Sox are never out of it, in my opinion, and that's what keeps you watching, even if you're down 4.
The pitch. That one is down the middle on the curve for a strike. So 0-1 here to Justin Levine, the first baseman. Levine has grounded out, struck out, reached on an error, scored a run, and struck out again. His 5th time up on the night. Utica's, their next home game will be on Thursday when they take on Socrates, who's the other team that's perennially very good out of the East.
Socrates won the championship last year following Amsterdam's three-peat. So the East Division is a very, very tough division. But Utica has the talent to compete, and they're in the thick of it right now.
The 0-2, that one misses, makes it 1-2. Utica trying to avoid going 1-2-3 here and being relegated to their final 3 outs to try to mount a comeback. And with Amsterdam having a red-hot offense, I'm sure they're going to try to scoop up a couple runs here as well. The pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. And so that will do it for the side. Amsterdam continues to roll. And they lead this one 16-12 after 8 innings of play. Top of the 9th coming up after this. We're back here for
Number 23, Marcus Brown.
the top of the ninth. Marcus Brown for Amsterdam leading off, designated hitter. 16-12 your score. Amsterdam in control. Although we've seen 4-run leads get blown in the span of one inning already tonight. We saw Utica overcome a 4-run deficit in the bottom of the fourth. Now they're trying to hold this one together as Brem grounds this one up, takes a bounce off the pitcher's mound. The throw to first is not in time, and so an infield single with the help of the mound belongs to Marcus Brem. And he has tripled, doubled, and singled tonight, so if he comes up again, he could hit for the cycle.
He could. What did you say his stat line was?
A triple, a single, and a double.
So a home run could do it.
Yeah, then reaching on error and a strikeout.
And we've had 2 home runs in this game, so it is possible.
So here's James Houghton up to bat. He singled, and walked his 5th time up. And after this, we will go back to the top of the order, and it will be Tyler Correa's 6th time up on the night. The testament to how many runs I think Amsterdam have scored. How long they've kept the size of these innings going. The pitch, bunted, and it's fielded cleanly to throw the first in time. That retires Houghton, and he will become a victim of the 1-3. So Correa comes up now. He's singled, and flown out. His 6th time up on the night. Runner at second. That one is hit decently well into right field. It'll be caught there by Sweeney. Runner tags. Going to third is Marcus Brem.
And now a chance for the Blue Sox to have their first time not allowing any Amsterdam runs in an inning since the first. They could bookend the game. 1st and 9th with no runs allowed.
It would certainly be a tall task for him to come back from being down this much, down 4 runs. But
It's better than down 5 runs.
And it's not unheard of by any stretch. So big out here following Correa's flyout. This is Andrew Pagel. Pagel. He struck out, walked, and he was part of that wacky foul bunt situation on 1 strike that he was called out on earlier on. Then he walked again and singled. So been a adventurous night for him. He's got a runner on third trying to drive in another insurance marker. The 1-1. The pitch. And that one's right down the middle for a strike. 1-2. And Utica an opportunity here to get out of this. Trying to get a scoreless defensive inning. The 1-2 is held off on outside, 2-2.
This is the opportunity the Blue Sox need. If they want to have a shot at coming back, they got to have a scoreless top of the 9th.
Some words of encouragement there from the PA announcer's soundboard. 2-2, 2 down, top of the 9th. 16-12 ball game. 18 hits on the night for Amsterdam, and that's all they will get, barring extra innings, as swinging and missing and going down on strikes is Andrew Pagel. So that will retire the side. Bottom of the 9th, and the last opportunity for the Blue Sox to tie this one up and possibly send it to extras or walk it off coming up next. It's time for the bottom of the ninth, the last chance for a comeback for the Blue Sox.
They've got Wirtz to lead off 4, 5, and 6 for the Blue Sox. They would need more to hit because they're down 4 runs.
Gesowitz remains in for Amsterdam. So Wirtz takes the first pitch for a strike. In a game that has officially gone 3 hours and 34 minutes since first pitch. That one's fouled off 1-1. Been a pretty long night here, I think, for everyone involved. Amsterdam with a bus ride home on top of this. It'll be a late night for them. Utica trying to climb back into this one. Down 16-12. The pitch, called, strike 3. So Gesowitz picks up the K, and he is just now has 2 outs left to go.
Number 1, Connor Jones.
So here comes Connor Jones. Jones on the day has walked, singled, grounded out twice. Trying to get the party started for a Utica rally. 1 down. Jones facing Gesowitz. The pitch. Jones holds off the first pitch, called strike. Own 1 count. Jones holds off of that one, ball 1. Utica went 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Seeking to avoid that fate here in the bottom of the 9th. Infielders playing at normal depth. Outfielders skewed to the left a little bit. That one's skied into shallow center, coming on in and making the play is Dill to retire Jones, and the Blue Sox are down to their final out.
And it comes down to Xavier Smith trying to keep the game alive in a marathon contest.
And he still has the possibility to hit for that cycle.
He does. A triple. This is the very last opportunity. Bottom of the 9th, 2 out is as close to the end of the game as you can get if you're down.
Provide the clutch factor of a base-clearing double and a 3-run home run earlier tonight. First pitch gets away, ball 1. Xavier Smith trying to jumpstart a miraculous rally for the Blue Sox, down 4 with 1 out left. On a late night here in downtown Utica. The 1-0. Misses outside, 2-0 to Smith, who has reached every time he's been up tonight. It's his 5th time up. He's doubled, singled, homered, and walked. Like we said earlier, just needs a triple to complete the cycle. That one gets away, and now 3-0 to Smith. And so Smith might get walked for his 2nd consecutive at-bat. Gesowitz had good control for the first 2 batters, and now struggling against Smith. He's kind of trying to paint the outside edge, and he just hasn't really been able to find it. 2 wild pitches, lucky nobody's been on base. And that one inside, ball 4. Xavier Smith will reach base all 5 times he comes up tonight, barring extra innings. So Smith 3 for 3. And here comes Bowden Fernsler. Reached on an error. Grounded into a 4-3 double play. Struck out and struck out again. And a mound visit here for Amsterdam. I mean, you figure why not?
Of course, they want to make sure that this game goes into the books as a Mohawk win, and a well-earned one at that. And they want to dot all their I's and cross all their T's in order to do so.
And there's no reason for them really to not to, especially in this situation. Everyone involved, I assume, quite a bit of fatigue. This game in 2 minutes will officially have gone for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Now in 1 minute. So they will come out of that mound visit. Gesowitz trying to secure the game. It's 16-12. 18 hits for Amsterdam, 7 for Utica.
Third baseman, number 8, Bowden Fernsler.
And here comes Fernsler, trying to keep this one alive. He has Xavier Smith on first base. The X-Man has scored 2 runs tonight. Fernsler is yet to reach base. All right, I take that back. He reached on an error back in the first. So there is some action in the bullpen for Amsterdam. Maybe as if Gesowitz can't get out of this situation, then we bring in these guys. The pitch, Smith takes off. That's fouled back, so Smith will have to return. And the count quickly to 0-2. And the Blue Sox are down to their final strike. Exactly 3 hours and 40 minutes after first pitch, Utica is down to their final strike.
It's really come down to this with the Blue Sox. They fought all game long. Can they keep fighting off a loss, or will this be it?
The pitch. Smith takes off, swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the ball game is over. So Amsterdam walks into Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field and comes away with a ridiculously chaotic 16-12 win. Your final stats: Amsterdam 16, Utica 12 hits, Amsterdam 16, Utica 7 errors, Amsterdam 5, Utica 2. Final game time 3 hours and 40 minutes. A long haul here on this Monday night. Morgan, what's your takeaway from this?
My takeaway is that the offense is rapidly improving, but the pitching has not gotten that improvement throughout the season. The Blue Sox want to compete and get back to the playoffs. Their pitching needs to improve right now than what they showed. They certainly have potential. They've had great moments throughout the season, but tonight was not one of those moments. But still plenty of season to go, Killian.
Well, a wild game with many memorable moments, but the result will be pretty bitter in the mouths of Utica. They fall 16-12 at home, and they will fall to 3-4 on the season and fall to 1-3 at home. And meanwhile, for Amsterdam, they move to 2-2 on the road and move to 5-3 on the season. So from Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field, I'm Killian Heffron. My color commentator is Morgan Spriggs, and our producer is Louis Lebowitz. We say farewell and have a good night, everybody.